This is the only champion you guys are going to be talking to today.
Yes, sir. I love it.
Check, check, check. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Microphone check. Hey,
Check,
hey.
check, check, check.
That's good. Check.
What?
For all my peeps in the back 2 rows,
Check,
I
check.
don't have any microphones there. So if y'all have any questions, I would just ask to kind of move in a little closer to the first 4 rows. We have a couple scattered throughout. And yeah, if I can do anything to make it a little bit more easier, just let me know. I'm happy to help where I can. There's also an audio box up front, and then there's one right next to Josh in the pink shirt. Check, check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's up, Doug?
What time's the Eagles game?
Go Birds.
It's next season at some point. Thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Sub Sam. All right, this works.
It does work. If y'all want to check the mics, like confidence check them, you definitely can. I encourage it. I want to make sure that everything, it's like in and out right now. With us, that was just happening. I'll take a look at that in a sec. Good? Thank you. Cool, cool. Everybody good? Cool.
This guy stinks.
All right, that's it. No more questions. See you guys in class.
He's milking it. It's gonna be a long year.
This is going to be
This is the first fight of the year.
At least it's not Go Birds.
This is the first fight of 2026.
Yeah, at least it's not. True. That's better.
Perfect. Thank you.
Derrick, welcome to the new Paramount era of the UFC. Curious if you have any takes on being on the first card on the new promotional side of things.
No, I don't care.
Cool, strong. What do you make of your opponent for this one, Waldo? He's coming on a good little tear here. He's fought a lot recently in the last couple of years. What do you make of him and his style compared to yours?
I don't care.
Do you care about much about this fight or any of our questions today?
Not really.
Figured.
But this guy right here, he reminds me a lot of Roy Nelson, the way his style is a little bit, you know, so.
In what way does he remind you of Roy Nelson?
The way he wound up his right hand, just like Roy Nelson, so. It ain't nothing I've ever seen before.
Yeah. It feels like this fight is pretty much set up for you to, if you get a win here, to go on to that White House event, right? Dana White has already said that Trump loves you. He called you that time in the cage. And it feels like this is set up for you to make your appearance on that card. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, but shit, I don't care. It'd be good if I could fight a little sooner than that, but if not, that's fine.
I feel like they're setting you up for a massive fight on that one. I wonder if you could win here. Maybe there's an interim heavyweight belt for you to fight in front of Trump for that.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Derrick, right here next to him. What did you make of Mike Tomlin giving you that shout out after his big win with the Steelers?
Oh, that was pretty cool. You know, I've been a fan of the Steelers for a while, and whenever he got signed in 2008, 2009, I was real happy about that because at the time I was really looking for another team because the Texans wasn't doing good around that time. So I was a fan of him just because of his background and stuff like that. So it was good to see that he had that much success for the Steelers.
Did you have any sort of relationship with him when he did that, or did that catch you by surprise?
No, it caught me by surprise. I was real shocked that he even knew my name. You know, usually people say the UFC fighter. You know, that one guy that took his shorts off. They don't know my name though, but they just say it like that.
Did your phone just immediately start going nuts when he said that?
I just got tagged a lot in it. Yeah.
Derrick, over here. I know you said you'd kick your opponent in the nuts, poke him in the eye if you need to. Do you practice that?
Of course. Yeah, you got it. We mix martial arts, man. You got to be ready for everything. Of course, you got to practice all that too. Yeah.
And I know the White House could be next for you with the win. Do you think the White House is ready for a Derrick Lewis post-fight celebration?
I believe so. Shit, you see all the crazy shit Trump do? Shit, they'll be ready for me. Shit, I'm PG-13 compared to him.
Hey, Derrick, back here. Derrick, you know what? What is that like when you hear Dana White say, man, Trump is a huge fan. He loves Derrick Lewis, because very few athletes ever get that kind of, you know, stamp of approval.
Oh, I didn't hear him say it, but that's pretty cool, though. So, you know, I've been, you know, riding with him since 2016, so that's pretty cool that he's a fan of me.
Obviously, you rep Houston for a long time. Did you feel any sort of way that Houston got a UFC champion recently in Joshua Van?
No, it's pretty cool. We started at the same gym together, like, so I understand his struggle and the pain that he went through to go through to become champion. I'm happy for him.
What moves would you like to see the Texans make for next season?
Shit, I thought we had everything good to go, you know, but I guess we got to see what's going on with CJ. I think ever since we seen him show up with Amber Rose at the softball game a few years ago, and Kim Kardashian and all that, and I'm like, damn, that might be like a curse for him. So hopefully we could get him back, but we'll see what happens.
Just curious, you're a big fan of all of those teams publicly. What Houston team would you say, man, that was a fun season just to be a fan, whether it be, you know, Rockets, Texans, anyone else?
I think it's probably one of our best years that we ever had as a Texans fan. So I think the Texans really surprised me a lot this year. So I was happy to be a supporter and watch that grind this year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Derrick, how are you enjoying podcasting?
What's that?
how are you enjoying podcasting?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Shit, I didn't know there was that much money in podcasting. I should have been doing that, man. Yeah, so if anybody want to watch my podcast, it's The Beast and the Cowboy. We actually working with negotiating right now between a couple of big platforms right now, so we should be on a lot of people's cards here pretty soon.
It seems like the MMA media is writing a lot of stories about you. Like you said that you were supposed to fight Rico Verhoeven, that got picked up, and then this whole peptides thing just kind of blew up. Are you going to have to watch what you have to say on your podcast, or who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck? I'm going to still say what I got to say. Even though old boy right here try to coach me. Mr. Clean right there try to coach me and tell me what they're saying, this and that. But the peptides thing, of course, I'm not really taking peptides. It's a third-party company that don't have nothing to do with the UFC and stuff like that, you know. So they reached out and told me that they had some stuff for me that helped me feel young again. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and take it. So I've been taking it. I'm feeling good. You know.
Do you feel young?
I feel young, for sure.
You look young.
Thank you. Black don't crack, man. You know that.
Derrick, Waldo's been calling out you for a while, and I know you said before the last fight with Tolishin you wanted to fight him as well. Did the call out motivate you at all? Is there some little extra edge because he was calling your name for so long?
I really don't even care. I was just happy that he did call me out because I've been trying to get a fight since July. So I was happy that he did call me out and they finally gave him his prayers.
You're the most experienced heavyweight in this division now with Andrei Arlovski gone. No one has more fights than you. How does experience on your end factor into these fights now and how you can get yourself to a win?
Yeah, it's like they really can't underestimate me because I do have the most experience. It's like I don't be seeing what these odds makers be seeing whenever they be picking against me. I'm like, every time, I'm like, what in the hell are they talking about? I just watch the same video, the same fights that these people been watching. And I'm like, are they really serious? Like, they betting against me like that. So, once again, Saturday, I would see, he shouldn't have no business in the cage with me.
What was the script say for this one?
You didn't give him the script? First round knockout.
As usual.
Yeah. Then he gonna try to lie and say I poke him in the eye, but it's not gonna be an eye poke. Watch.
You said you'd like to fight before the White House. Could you make a turnaround for Houston, or are you done fighting in Texas?
No, I'm not done fighting in Texas. It would be cool to fight in Houston, but we just got to see how the storm going to play out this weekend, and because I'm really worried about that, about my kids being home and my in-laws being at my house while the power out. I don't really trust them like that. And I need my cameras working. But yeah, we got to see how everything goes after the storm goes.
A lot of uncertainty with Tom Aspinall's future and the title and stuff. Do you feel like you could fight for a championship this year?
That'd be great if I could fight for a title shot. Shit, go out with a bang. That'd be awesome.
Thank you, Derrick.
Derrick, people talk about your knockouts, your celebrations. Now we're talking about your experience. Is there any particular part of your game that you think still gets underrated at this point in your career?
I think it's my fight IQ, I believe. People think that I don't really know what I'm doing in there. Even when it comes to submission and stuff like that, I know all the submission. Trust me, I know if I wanted to, I know how to do it, but I'm just not that flexible to do it, but I'm not going to even try it. But I know how to put in people in rear naked choke, arm bar, Vine fluke or whatever. I know all the submission, but I just don't like doing them.
Thank you.
Derrick, Houston rapper Mike Jones recently got his number reinstated, 281-330-8004.
Yeah.
Have you called it at all?
No. But I heard if you do call it, you get a discount, I think off of gas, like at Kroger's. You can get a discount if you call that number, for real. All right.
Waldo right here. Obviously, Derrick Lewis is a name you've been calling for a while. So I guess, how are the emotions? How is camp knowing, you're only a couple days away from getting this fight that you have been asking for quite a while?
Yeah, I asked him for a while before. Right now in the ranking, the top 5, the UFC offers me to fight with him. He said, yeah, why not? I want it so bad fight before, but it's opportunity to show up with one guy like him. Have a lot of clown, have a lot of people can follow him, and can show me all more. And said, okay, why not? I do it.
I know you wanted to fight in December because you wanted those 5 fights in a year, but is this almost better because you get Derrick Lewis on such a big card with the Paramount debut?
Yes, it's a better too because it's my 6th fight on the 11 months too. I know got a 6th fight in the 2025, but we have a 6th fight on the 11 month. This is amazing too.
And Derrick's obviously very popular because he's very funny. He says, he was just in here and he said he trains for kicking people in the groin and poking them in the eye. He said, the black versus Dominican argument was another reason. So what have you made of all of his comments before the fight?
It's a funny thing that him can make. Everybody know I'm Dominican. But I'm having generous to the black African people too. But it's funny what he say like that and everything. I joking too. I get it laughing.
And what is it like preparing for someone like Derrick Lewis? Because I think we all know what he wants to do. He famously has the most knockouts in UFC history. So what is it like preparing for someone like that?
Look, I'm the person I training hard every time. For Derrick Lewis, I'm what the thing is started. I'm barely being the training MMA. I follow him too much because he's a heavyweight too, like me, and it's one of those my favorite fighter before. It's to now too. Let me tell you, but is this Saturday. One day I think can one day be fighting with him, and look at this now. This is a real, and the next Saturday for January 24, it be happening, and it's amazing for.
When he was just in here before you, a lot of the questions were about if he wins, he's going to fight at the White House. Could he get an interim title? Could he fight like Tom Aspinall at some point? Do you think a win over here, we're going to start asking you that question, fighting at the White House, fighting for interim titles and everything?
Yeah, it's happening. Can UFC make it happening? I'm glad they want to make it. I wanna fight in White House and it's Latin America. Everybody we support and have more clout to people can see one Latino fighting in White House. It's amazing.
Do you think a win over here, you should be fighting for an interim title because we still don't know when Tom will come back?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I be available for be like a title shot or interim shot or interim title or any fight can UFC put in there. I'll be fighting no matter what. But I want to fight.
Waldo, ¿cómo estás? Waldo, felicidades por esta pelea. El tema del parche del pirata, ¿tiene algún otro significado o es únicamente bromas?
No, es no broma. Tú sabes que lo que pasó fue muy grande. Lo que pasó con el piquete de ojo y eso, ese día fue me marcó mucho, pues. Me marcó mucho quién puedo ser y así. Y el parche de ojo es como un significado que recordarme qué pasó ese día, ¿me entiendes? Y fue algo simbólico para mí y simbólico para todo el mundo que cree en mí y todo el que me sigue.
Derrick Lewis dice, bueno, dos cosas. Uno, que está preparado para llevarte a cualquier escenario, que te puede picar un ojo, que te puede hacer cualquier cosa y que te va a noquear en el primer round. ¿Tú cómo visualizas la pelea en términos serios?
Bueno, si me da una patada en los huevos, pienso que voy a caer de rodillas, porque no voy a aguantar el dolor. Pero es lo que es. Pero la UFC va a penalizar eso, no importa lo que diga, él puede estar jugando, pero con cosas así no se puede jugar en el ring porque está jugando con con la vida de la otra persona y con la salud de la otra persona y es dificultoso.
Hablando de términos generales en el panorama de los completos, una victoria te tendría que poner en el panorama de una pelea por el título. ¿Así lo visualizas o piensas que estás un poquito más lejos de una pelea titular?
Como dije ahorita, es lo que puede pasar lo que sea en este deporte, ¿me entiendes? Puede ser que me pongan en algo titular para un título interino o algo así. Si no me ponen, lo cojo como sea, pero quiero seguir activo peleando, ¿me entiendes? Quiero que la UFC me tenga pendiente para todo donde me pueda meter y pelear. No me importa si es título o no título, yo lo que quiero pelear.
Okay, last one. Aspinall, parece que su regreso tiene, pues obviamente, mucho tiempo todavía. ¿Crees que eso abre un escenario para peleadores como tú para pelear por el título? ¿O no importa si él regresa o no?
No importa si regresa o no, pero también da oportunidad de que personas como yo, que están en el top 5 ahora mismo, pueda pelear por el título porque es más corto el ranking, el campeón no está, entonces van a quedar 5 peleadores ahí que pueden pelear el título interino, pero es lo que es y lo que digo es que Dios meta su mano pues por el campeón y que se recupere pronto para así verlo pelear y pelear contra él.
Gracias.
Waldo, una aquí rápido. Hemos visto gente al comienzo de tu carrera en la UFC que criticaba mucho el estilo tuyo. Ha sido chévere ver, ¿sabes?, el cambio de opinión de la gente que tiene ahora cuando hablan de Waldo Cortes-Acosta.
Sí, es como es. Siempre en este deporte se va a ir progresando mucho poco a poco. Mediante a eso, las personas van a estar creyendo en ti poco a poco. Va a ser como ganes la pelea y como te mires, también van a estar creyendo. Le quiero decir a esa gente que no voy a dejar de aprender porque yo salí de béisbol, yo nunca tuve una base de pelea ni nada de eso. Yo practiqué béisbol primero y ahora estoy en esto de MMA y estoy aprendiendo poco a poco y mucho para este deporte. Y así seguiré aprendiendo hasta que la gente me tenga en ese lugar de una estrella o que sí soy bueno, ¿me entiendes?
Y por último, obvio, se sabe que podría venir pelea, título, lo que sea, pero también viene la oportunidad de, ¿sabes?, no quitar, pero también ganar mucho la hinchada que siempre apoya a Derrick y todas las peleas donde él está. ¿Ves eso también cuando aceptaste esta pelea?
Sí, pero a mí no me importa si lo apoyan a él o me apoyan a mí o lo que sea. Yo lo que voy es a pelear. Yo voy a entrar a un ring a arrancarle la cabeza a alguien. A mí no me importa quién escoja uno, quién escoja al otro. Yo lo que voy a pelear y arrancar cabeza allá adentro. A mí no me importa.
Waldo, over here. Last year you had 5 fights. It's January, already on your first fight. How many fights do you think we could see you in this year?
Okay. Last year I started like in March, no? Yeah. I started a little bit late, but UFC gave me opportunity to start early this year. I'm getting healthy. I'm still healthy and still in shape. Every time like it been me doing, I can make a 6 or 7 fight this year.
Oh, wow. And then also, obviously everyone knows you have 9 children. How difficult is it to look after 9 children, take care of them while also training for such a massive fight?
No, it's not difficult. I know put in my head it's difficult. I got a time for everybody. Sometimes, most of the time I got my babies, take it to my gym with my wife, play with her and there, for everybody in there. Go to home, cooking for my kids, still chill, sleep a little bit, come back to the gym. With my babies too, sometimes. This is what it is, my life. My life is around my baby, training and be in the house all the time.
Waldo, one quick one here from me. I talked to Paddy, the guy in the main event, earlier this week, and he said he got to hang out with you a little bit in Qatar, said he's become a big fan of yours. What was it like spending time with him, and do you have a prediction on how his fight's going to play out on Saturday?
Yeah, it's amazing pastime with the person like him. It's like a too much positive person, and I like the hang attitude and like a hand talk with everybody. Hanging like a too much general person and like humilde. ¿Cómo se dice humilde? Como humble. It's too much humble person. I see in him it's too much humble.
Do you have a prediction on his fight?
For him, I like it like him, but I like it the other two. I wanted to get a good fight both of them and do the best for both of them.
Waldo, over here. You used to pitch in the Cincinnati Reds organization for baseball. Are there any techniques from your baseball career that you've brought into martial arts?
You see it. You see it sometimes, and like the emotion, like me throw the right hand or something like that. Look at when you throw the jab and you pull it back, and you throw the right hand. It's the same motion where you throw a pitching and the like a monticular, like a one person throw it like 100 miles per hour, 95 or something. It's the same motion where it's do the fastball, the same shit. Sorry. Thank you, everybody.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Go anybody but the Patriots.
What? What? 41 to 33 is eternal. That's all that matters. 41 to 33. No matter. 41 to 33 is eternal.
tá em casa. A lot of people here, he said. A lot of freaking people, actually. That's what he said. Trying to clean up. He said, you're filming me. Todo mundo tá te filmando.
Foda é que não dá pra fazer muita coisa. Puta que pariu, sou. Pô, bonito pra caramba.
He said, he looks really good. He said, I look really good. There you go.
Tá rindo o que aí, sacana? Não acha eu bonito, não?
What are you laughing at? Don't you think I'm pretty?
The most pretty.
O mais bonito.
Jean right here. Seems like you're obviously in good spirits, so I guess how's camp been and how's preparation been for, this massive card here to kick off the Paramount era?
Passa toda a impressão de que você está muito feliz, o astral está alto, a moral está alta. Como é que você está sentindo agora nesse primeiro evento do ano e o primeiro da história da Paramount?
Ô, o cabelo do cara ali é da hora, hein? Gostei.
Só o cabelo?
É, cabelo, olha o brinco do cara. Pô, tá bonitão, hein?
Likes your look, dude. That hair, the earrings, he looks good.
O que me resta é só achar bonito.
The only thing I can do is actually find other people's hair is pretty.
You still have my earring?
Você ainda tá com o brinco que você roubou dele?
E não é um brinco, é um clips aquilo lá.
And that's not an earring, that's
No.
like a clip-on thing.
That's not true. That's not true. That's a real one.
Bom, eu me sinto da forma que o meu espírito me deixa estar. Pô, o primeiro evento da Paramount, não só o primeiro evento, mas escolhido a dedo a primeira luta a se passar num canal aberto. Isso só significa a minha importância e como eu sei promover um evento. Então, vamos nessa, quebrar tudo.
My morale, my spirits are, the feeling is as high as my spirit, allows me to be, and I feel, how can I not? It's the first card, and we're going to be in an open network television, and not just that, but it was we all handpicked to be in this card, so let's tear this all up.
Ó, pera aí. Meu câmera perdeu a minha camiseta da BC Games, meu patrocinador, então quem achar aí me devolve, hein? Já vou avisando.
Listen, my cameraman lost my T-shirt from my sponsor, so whoever finds it, so just okay.
Uma mega promoção dessa aqui eu não vou conseguir fazer, pô.
It's
Tá de
a
sacanagem.
mega promotional opportunity for my sponsors. I can't do it because he lost.
Se alguém tiver um câmera aí para eu contratar, que o meu tá demitido.
Anybody that has a videographer for me, mine is probably fired. So.
Well, you had mentioned that you felt like everyone was picked for this, considering that they want to kick it off. It seems every fight on the main card is high action. So, did it make sense when they announced this card that you would be one of the guys to kind of launch this era?
Você tem mencionado que isso foi escolhido a dedo e parece que todas as lutas do card principal realmente são para arrebentar a boca do balão. Como é que foi? Foi assim que você sentiu que quando eles começaram a fazer essa decisão, você falou, eu sei porque eles me escolheram.
Tem trabalhos que só aquelas pessoas especiais conseguem fazer. E com toda certeza, eu sou essa pessoa especial.
There are jobs that only special people can do, and for sure, I am that special person.
Do you feel any pressure to be entertaining, or is it just your fighting style leads to it no matter what?
Você sente alguma pressão de ser um cara empolgante ou é o teu estilo de luta que isso torna você um cara empolgante naturalmente?
Caraca, gente pra caramba. Pressão não. Sei lá, eu sonhei com isso aqui o tempo todo. Sempre foi um sonho estar aqui, né? E eu estou vivendo esse sonho, então acho que pressão, nem sei o que significa isso aí. Mas, parando para olhar para tantas câmeras, só significa que cada vez está aumentando, né? Na próxima vez que eu estiver aqui, muitas.
God damn, there's a lot of people. He's really looking at the amount of people that are here today. Pressure, that's something no pressure, because that is what I've always wanted. I am where I wanted to be in a place that I've always dreamed of being here. So, I mean, there's no, how can you feel pressure? There's no pressure. And it's like, but thinking about it, like you're seeing all these cameras, and it's going to be more. Like the next time I'm here, there'll be more cameras. So, no pressure.
What do you make of Arnold as an opponent? Because the only two people he's lost to in the UFC are #1 contenders, former champions. He's always exciting. What do you make of Arnold?
Como é que você vê o Arnold como oponente? Porque as únicas pessoas que ele perdeu foram ex-campeões, número 1 do ranking para disputar título, então assim, os oponentes sempre foram muito fortes. O que você pensa dele como adversário?
Ele perdeu para caras muito fortes, campeões, caras bons, e agora ele vai perder para o próximo campeão.
Well, he's lost to a lot of people, as you said, former champions, #1 title contenders, and he's going to lose to the next champion.
So given it seems like the UFC likes you and likes your style and likes your personality, is a big win over Arnold, do you think by the end of the year you'll be fighting for a UFC title then?
Ou seja, sabendo que ele só lutou contra cara brabo, que você teve próximo, já lutou, você acha que realmente uma vitória contra ele te leva a disputar um cinturão depois?
Não vai ser ele que vai causar o meu contrato para lutar pelo cinturão. Sou eu mesmo, meu jeito, minha personalidade. Cara, quem mais late dentro do octógono, acho que fala por si só.
No, it's not going to be him and a win against him over him that is going to actually propel me to a championship, a title shot. It's the way I conduct business, the way I have this personality. Like, listen, who else barks in the octagon? All right, that speaks for itself.
Peraí, vocês estão tão acostumados comigo chorando que vocês deixaram esse silêncio aqui para mim só para mim.
Are you so used to the fact that I'm always crying that you already left out I mean, is that for me? You thought?
I think that's just a coincidence, but that's quite funny.
É uma coincidência, mas é uma coincidência engraçada.
Vocês são sacana, hein?
Y'all funny.
Sean, if you do get to that title shot this year, who would you rather be the winner next weekend? Do you want a rematch with Diego or do you want the chance to fight Volk?
E quando se fala em uma chance de cinturão no final do ano, você falou que é isso que você quer, é isso que você espera. Você prefere contra o Diego ou contra o Volk?
Eu acho que quanto mais promover, mais espaço eu tenho na casa. Então, tenho certeza que vocês, fãs, telespectadores, principalmente agora da CBS, vão preferir eu contra o Diego.
The more promotion we can get out of this, the more it sells, the better. So I'm pretty sure that all of you out there, fans, viewers, and everyone on CBS would love to have me against Diego.
What would be different this time? What did you learn from that first fight?
E o que será diferente dessa vez? O que você aprendeu com a última luta?
Pô, eu perdi, né? Não tenho muito o que falar. Cara, eu aprendi que eu realmente preciso ouvir os meus cornes. Eu tenho certeza que todos vocês sabem disso.
I lost. What else can I say? I mean, I lost. I learned that I need to listen to my corner advice. I'm pretty sure all of you know this at this point.
Hey, John, back here. Bom dia, good to see you again. When you went back to the gym, obviously the end of last year was a tough one for the fighting nerds. What kind of conversations did you have with the team about just staying focused on the goal?
Quando você voltou para a academia no final do ano, depois da tua luta, e depois com alguns reveses que a Fighting Nerds teve, que tipo de conversas que você teve com a equipe para alinhar os próximos passos?
Bom, excelente pergunta. Bom te ver, meu amigo, bom te ver de novo. Cara, na verdade, a gente primeiro sofreu a dor, né? A gente viveu aquele luto. Depois fizemos algumas reuniões. Mas acho que todos nós decidimos ouvir um ao outro os seus sentimentos, os seus problemas, para daí falar de um retorno. Porque não tinha como voltar para algo tão importante, para um sonho com uma dor tão grande dentro do peito. Então, eu posso falar que a Fight Nerds nunca saiu, nunca parou. Pode falar que a gente continua aqui, vamos continuar e seremos os próximos campeões.
First of all, nice to see you again, buddy. Thank you for the question. We went back, and a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, a lot of talking. We all had to sit down and share some things because you can't go back into this. You can't get back into the path to such a dream that we've had the entire lives we worked so hard for with that pain and suffering in our chest. Like, we need to get over that. So had a lot of conversations, and you can be sure that the nerds didn't stop, that we didn't budge, but we kept going, we kept training, we kept working, and we're ready for the next challenge.
E isso ainda não acabou, né? Eu sei que as pessoas geraram muita expectativa em cima da Fight Nets. Pô, o UFC hoje tem a marca dos nossos óculos, tem camiseta com a gente. Então, eu acredito nesse poder da expectativa das pessoas em cima da gente, que não precisa se preocupar, não. A gente vai suprir essas expectativas. Vamos voltar agora mais forte, de uma forma diferente, como uma família, com toda a união que a gente sempre teve, que a gente deixou no meio do caminho nesse certo ponto, e a gente se encontrou de novo, né? A gente está aí de volta, unido, mais forte que nunca, e vamos embora.
We, as the nerds, like, a lot, we know the expectations that are around the nerds and what people think and the trust that was put. I mean, the UFC has our glasses. They have T-shirts with our names on it. So we know that there's expectations, and there's the UFC places a value on us. So you can be sure that we will be there. And we let some of that, the unifying denominator we had, that union was kind of lost along the way. But we found ourselves again. You can be sure we found ourselves again. We're working towards it. We talked it over. We continue to work, and it's going to be together as a team, as a family, and we'll be back doing the thing that we love the most.
On a lighter note, I'd like to ask, your popularity has grown so much. Fans, when they see you, they like to bark with you. Do you ever lose your voice because so many people want to bark with you?
Agora, assunto pouco mais tranquilo. Você é um cara com uma personalidade, você gosta de latir, você gosta de gritar, você gosta de... É isso, essa personagem é essa, você gosta de ser assim, os fãs gostam de latir com você?
Cara, minha personalidade ela é um pouco forte, nem todo mundo vai gostar, mas nem Deus conseguiu, nem Jesus conseguiu agradar todo mundo. E, na verdade, eu estou aqui para ser eu mesmo, sabe? Quando eu te encontrar, eu vou te abraçar. Quando eu ver outras pessoas, eu vou abraçar. Eu acho que esse é meu jeito, espontâneo, feliz. Vou chorar, como vocês já sabem. Tem um cara que tem a tatuagem com o meu rosto, entende? Então, eu acho que essa minha forma de viver o agora, o presente, me dá condições para lidar com o meu futuro. Então, você pode ter certeza que... Se eu gostar de você, você vai ter um abraço. Se eu não gostar, meu parceiro, vai ser difícil.
Oh, this personality, the person that I am, that's it. It's natural. It's, you see me, I'll if I want to yell. If I want to, just bark, I'll bark. If I want to cry, this, I will cry. Is this person that just, I mean, if I like you, like I'll give you hugs. I mean, for example, there's someone here in this room that has a tattoo with my face on it. So, I mean, people just, but I can tell you one thing. If I love you, I love you. If I hate you, like you're not gonna, and no, I know I won't please everyone. I mean, God's son, Jesus didn't please everyone. So, but be sure, if I like you, I will love you. If I don't, it's going to be immediate.
Algumas pessoas aqui conseguiram conviver um pouco comigo, alguns amigos próximos. Sabe que se ficar comigo ali, parar do meu lado 10 minutos, vai ver o quanto eu sou louco, mas o quanto eu sou sincero também. E isso aqui é meu sonho, eu sou sincero com o meu próprio sonho.
Some people that have gotten really close to me, they consider friends, they know that let's spend 10 minutes with me, right, by my side, and let's talk, and you see that I'm crazy, but I'll tell you, I'm transparent, very sincere. I'm very sincere It's a true feeling about the dream that I have. I'm very sincere with that dream.
Thank you.
Stylistically, where do you believe that you have the clearest advantage over Arnold Allen on fight night?
Em termos de estilo de jogo, onde você acha que você tem a maior vantagem contra o Arnold Allen no sábado?
Boa pergunta. Boa. Eu acredito principalmente na minha movimentação. Não é nada ortodoxo, é uma movimentação minha mesmo. E aonde eu vou ganhar muitas vantagens dele é com o meu time técnico, meu head coach, a minha esposa fazendo estudos. A gente estuda 24 horas por dia como fazer para ganhar. E a gente ganha todos os dias, vendo os detalhes, vendo a forma. E a minha presença é o que vocês mais vão entender no sábado. Vocês vão entender o que eu estou querendo dizer. A minha presença lá dentro vai ser algo notável. Vai ser onde você vai me olhar, depois vai dizer, entendi. Agora entendi onde estava a sua vantagem.
It's a great question, actually. I think my movement, the way that it's, and not being because it's not unorthodox or something, it's not related to the opponent. It's the way I move. My movement is a big advantage. The way I move around on the octagon when I fight. Actually, the level of studying that we have, the amount of analysis that we do, myself, the team, Carol, my wife, studying, 24 hours just dissecting what we see and what the things that we need to do. And my presence there on Saturday, that's what you're going to see. When you see me there inside that octagon on Saturday, you'll say, oh, this makes sense. I can see what he meant.
E uma das coisas que eu acho que a maioria das pessoas esquecem, e eu venho lembrando isso para mim mesmo, para mostrar o quanto eu amo estar aqui, o quanto eu amo fazer isso e o quanto eu sou o melhor do mundo nisso, é que, cara, em uma semana eu subi de categoria após uma luta, lutei contra o Drew Dober, um dos caras mais duros da categoria de cima, quebrei as duas mãos, e, mano, isso não foi um empecilho, eu fui lá e nocauteei ele da minha forma, que eu sei ser, é agressivo e presente naquele momento.
And I think one of the things that people perhaps forget, and I have to remind myself as well, to remind myself like where I am, how far I've come, and how much I love doing this, is that in a week's notice, I basically stepped up to a different division and fought Drew Dober, and I had both hands broken, and that was not an impediment in no roadblock whatsoever. I went there and did my job. And it's a reminder of what I can do and what you see from me.
Thank you.
Acabou.
Ô, só falta dar um latidão aí para eu fazer um vídeo, né? Vou
I'm a
fazer.
bark so you can get some content.
1, 2, 3. Pera aí. Traduz eu, Fabiano. Fabiano, fala que eu vou contar até 3, todo mundo tem que latir aí, hein? Ok. 1, 2, 3. Cadê, pô? Você. Vagabundo, eu tô te vendo, hein? Cheguei, porra, my house.
Rose right here.
Hey.
You're obviously not unaccustomed to these big cards. You fought in MSG before, you fought in New York, but to be called as, you know, to be on the main card of this new Paramount era, I guess, how does that feel that the UFC, like even John was in here and he said he felt like every fight on the main card was selected because this was to kick off this era?
Yeah, it's definitely, I'm just grateful and blessed to be here. And it has been, I've been on obviously a lot of big cards and been a part of a lot of great things. It's just been a while since I've been on a card of this magnitude. I've been the main or co-main event for some, kind of more regular fight nights in the last, I don't know, a couple years. So yeah, it feels good to be I don't know, just a part of this and to just kick off the year with a bang.
I was going to ask that because the last few times we have seen you have been on these fight nights. Do you prefer these big cards, or does it really matter at this point in your career?
I used to not really care too much. I was just like, I have enough to think about. I don't know. But now, because I've done it for so many times and I've been here for so long, and I'm just cherishing the memories a little bit more, and I'm paying attention to it a little bit more, and every time that there's other great fighters on the card, it just kind of builds the energy, and so we all kind of feed off of each other too, so yeah, it's great.
Was there anything that kind of switched for you? Because like you said, you didn't pay attention to that before, but now you do. Is it just where you're at in your career?
Yeah, definitely gratitude. I know that this isn't forever. I know that life goes by quickly, and every moment is a blessing. And the fact that I even just woke up today and was able to breathe air is a blessing from God. So the fact that I can be here and just do what I love and just give something that I've been given to everybody else, and to just try to do my best is I don't know. It's hard to put into words how grateful I am. So I think back then I was just more scared and more, oh my God, everybody's looking at me, and it's just now I'm not that I'm not scared or uncomfortable or nervous or anything like that, but I just more accustomed to it.
Is that, I guess, because we kind of saw you grow up in the UFC octagon. There's not a lot of fighters that they debuted in the UFC with so much hype so earlier in their career. So you're kind of in that unique kind of group of fighters.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been doing this for a long time. Somebody says it's been 12 years, and I'm like, yep, it's right. In the UFC, let alone, a little bit outside of the UFC. So, and then, to grow up in the UFC, like I'm 33 years old, but I became a champion when I was 25. And then I was in the UFC, I think I was, in the early 20s. So, yeah, it's, this is all I know. I know other things, but, obviously, and just, my faith outside of this is what, keeps me going, is what keeps me grounded. But fighting is the majority of what I've done with my young adult life. So it's, it makes me it gives me butterflies just thinking about it,
And Natalia Silva obviously has a lot of hype coming into this fight. Again, something that you're not unaccustomed to facing. I know it wasn't the original opponent. The original was Alexis. But was this a last-minute change, or because when they made the switch, it was relatively quickly after they made the announcement?
Yeah, it wasn't a short notice fight by any means. Obviously, I was already I had a great off season, had a great training camp leading into the fight with Alexa, and had I not already been looking at Natalia before, it would have felt a little bit shorter notice. But she is very dynamic. She's very unique, and so I think with anybody else that doesn't have the skills that I have, it would have probably felt like a huge jump up. And I do feel like it is a step up for sure. She definitely poses more challenges, I think, than Alexa does, but in different ways. But I've been preparing for so long for just this weight class and just in general that I just kind of had everything sort of lined up that I can make those adjustments. And I mean, it was, with I think 8 weeks or something like that notice. So it's a full training camp. It's just when we went into camp, had certain things kind of scheduled. So we just had to make some adjustments, and it wasn't too bad.
Just talking about the weight class, I remember when Dustin Poirier went from featherweight to lightweight. It said it felt it took him a couple fights to feel like a lightweight rather than a featherweight that stopped cutting weight.
Right.
Did you have that feeling too, going from strawweight to flyweight?
Absolutely, yeah. I felt it took a while for that to because even though the weight cuts were getting more difficult at strawweight, and I didn't feel like it just didn't feel very healthy to me to keep doing that. But at the same time, to adjust to the endurance and the strength and all that stuff, and just keeping on that size too, because even at strawweight, as my training camps would go on, the weight just drops naturally, when you're training so much. And so it did take a while, and I feel like I'm adjusted to it now. But especially at the smaller weight classes too, every pound I think matters more when you're smaller and a female. So
Just last one for me. Natalia obviously has a Taekwondo background. I believe you do too. So did you have to kind of go back to any your roots preparing for this fight?
I did. It's funny, when I first started scouting out Natalia, I knew that there's really not that many MMA fighters that have that base and that use it. So even that's my base as well. I don't use it as much as Natalia does in some of my more recent fights, but I originally started scouting her out, and it was hard. I was hard pressed to find any female fighters, MMA fighters that do that. So I reached out to Veronica Hardy. She couldn't train with me. She was had some things going on, but so that was one female that I was looking at. But I ended up finding a Taekwondo Olympic bronze medalist, Christina Teachout. And she's really tall and big, but she could kickbox actually, so it was cool. We got some good rounds in, got some good drills in, and then I trained with Carly Giudice, who's in the UFC as well, and also Ashley Thiner in the PFL as well. So there was some really good female training partners that I had, and normally training with Pat and Chico Camus and Jake Ramos, just my normal people at Genesis and things like that have good looks as well. Some of the guys there too. So yeah, we had a well-rounded camp with just different looks and just piecing it together.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Rose, did I see you say that you were told if you win this fight, you will get a title shot?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, knowing that, you've been at the spot a few times before, knowing you're kind of on the crust of this dream that's been there for a while, what is that doing to you mentally?
Yeah, it's just super exciting, all the more motivating, because even with getting the fight with Alexa at first, it was super exciting. I definitely a big fan of hers too, but I just wasn't sure where that puts me, even with a super dominant performance. So even though I tried, wasn't gonna worry about that, and I'm still not too worried about, definitely looking past this or anything, because we gotta stay one step ahead, one step at a time. But it's definitely more motivating. It's more, and I don't need any more motivation. I just want to win, and I'm also very excited to face somebody like Natalia, who's very exciting, and she has, I don't know, she's definitely got some very good talent. So it's very, very exciting.
Just given how the timing could line up, would you want to fight for the title at the White House, or do you have a different idea in mind of when you could fight for a belt?
Yeah, if that doesn't happen, I'm not gonna be oh man, you know what I mean? But obviously that'd be so super crazy, super weird, super I don't know. It would be, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. For some reason I get the weird feeling that could very well happen, but who knows? Only God knows.
Do you feel like in this fight with Natalia, you have maybe more paths to finishing it? We haven't really seen too much of your ground game. We know you're great there. Do you feel like you're just a little more dynamic in your ability to end this?
Absolutely. I know that she's got a ground game, and she's got, she's a mixed martial artist. I know I would be foolish to think that she doesn't have those qualities as well. But I just know she hasn't fought anybody like me before. I know that. I move different. When I get in front of people, you can watch my tape all you want, but when it's standing across from me, it's just different. So yeah, I think it's gonna be fun to see how it goes.
Were you surprised the way Valentina and Weili played out? Did you expect it to be a more competitive or different looking fight?
I thought it was going to be a little bit more competitive. I definitely was leaning towards Valentina winning that fight. I don't know. I said it in a different interview. I just kind of felt like and I could be totally ignorant and, about some things, but it seemed like there wasn't the greatest of game plans coming from Weili. So, and the size just looked slightly, like maybe there wasn't a lot of focus on becoming a flyweight, you know what I mean? Like the way that I have where it's like, it's taken a while. So I think those just kind of had a factor into it. And then also I think just Valentina's, the greatest. So I wasn't too surprised, but I thought it was going to be a little more competitive for sure.
Yeah, it seems like in these more recent fights, Valentina's going a lot more grappling heavy, and people are struggling to get out from under her. Is that something you kind of see when watching her, being like, I have a little more to offer there, probably?
I mean, I've trained with her extensively, and I know as soon as she grabs you, it's strong. She's very, very strong, and so. But yeah, I mean, I'm unique in so many different ways. Like I said, I move unlike really any female I think that's in the UFC. But like just my movement alone, I feel like is something that is I don't know, it's unique.
And obviously, we're supposed to have a massive women's super fight on this card between Amanda and Kayla, and you guys are now kind of the big women's fight on this card. Were you happy when you got moved from the prelims to the main card?
Yeah, I actually was. It's been a while since I've fought that early, I kind of have my routine of, like, I think the last time I fought that early was in Abu Dhabi, and I saw the sunrise come up when so it was kind of weird. But, so yeah, I think it works better for me, but I was ready to do whatever. It's just, unfortunately, yeah, I definitely feel bad for Kayla, like, prayers go out to her, but yeah, we keep rolling.
Rose over here. I wanted to get your take on the women's MMA GOAT debate, because a lot of people say Amanda because of her dominance. Some people are saying Valentina because of strength of schedule. You're one of the greatest, so what do you think?
I know, that's a tough one because, like, Valentina's my favorite female fighter, but I do feel like Amanda, like, I mean, obviously, she technically has 2 wins over Valentina, obviously. She didn't agree with that second fight, obviously, but I think it's really them two, and I don't know if I would necessarily put one above the other. I think that's an interesting debate, and maybe they gotta figure it out one day.
And outside of fighting, I saw you filmed a coffee ad with legends like Dustin Poirier, Chael Sonnen, Miesha Tate.
Did that come out yet, or?
I saw a post about it. I don't know if
okay.
it came out.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But what was that experience like?
That was hilarious. I don't know how much I can talk about it, but what it all entails. But it was a very good time, and I think we discovered some hidden talents of ours in the commercial. Yeah.
Rose, it feels like you've gone through multiple evolutions in your career. How would you describe the version of Rose Namajunas that we're seeing today?
The version that you're seeing today is just like all submission to God and just, whatever he has in store for me, like win, lose, or draw. I'm just here to be a vessel and to be, to just try to let the light shine,
And I guess just following on from that, what does success look like in your mind past the result on Saturday night?
Success looks like, once again, it goes back to just my relationship with God. I have an audience of one. Like, obviously, everybody's watching, and I think that's important. But I just got to please my Father in heaven. And so whatever comes with that, I got to try to do my best to do that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Rose.
Mm-hmm.
First time on a card in a minute with Justin Gaethje, and obviously that Colorado connection. Obviously that moment, that run when you, Kamaru, and Justin were all on a roll was a big one. Is there any nostalgia to be back on a card with Justin and them?
I'm kind of focused on myself right now, but I know that they're gonna have a great performance, and I think that win, lose, or draw, just hopefully everybody can be happy with themselves after. No matter what happens, and wish everybody the best.
Talking about Natalia Silva, I think one of the things that when you're breaking her down, very talented, but also not many women's flyweights with the kind of explosiveness that she carries. What would you say is the bigger threat, her skills or just that athleticism?
Natalia's skills or the explosiveness? Man, they're kind of neck and neck, I feel like, because I would say her explosiveness. I think certain things she gets away with because she is so fast and she is so explosive. But I mean, her skill is definitely like right there. So So I'm looking to expose that. And but yeah, I mean, she's obviously like she never seems to get tired. You know, maybe little tendencies here and there you might see over time, but she just looks so fluid all the time and so in the zone. So I'm really looking to try to take her out of that and get her out of character. You know.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
song right here. First of all, nice outfit.
Thank you.
I have to ask, facing a guy like Sean O'Malley, a lot of people consider his name maybe even bigger than fighting for the title. So I guess, is this kind of outside of fighting for the belt just best case scenario for you? Because now you're in the co-main event, you're fighting obviously the biggest star, and you're helping kick off the Paramount era.
So I know this is big one, but actually I don't know the difference between like Paramount or ESPN. So, but I'm so excited. I'm very thankful UFC gave me this opportunity. So, and a fight with the biggest star in our division. So I'm so happy. I'm very excited.
What do you make of, I guess, Sean, where he's at in his career? Because like I said, he's very popular, but he's also coming off 2 losses.
如何评价就是奥马利现在的这个境况？因为他很有名，但他现在已经2连败。
Yeah, he lost to the champion. The Merab is he's a crazy guy, but he's also the top fighter. He's still there, yeah.
You fought a lot of long, rangy fighters like Cheeto and Corey Sandhagen, now Sean. Can you compare Sean to the other guys that you have fought?
Yeah, I fought taller guys before. Height means nothing to me, but the difference is Sean has a very good forward and he changes stance, and the high pace. That's the difference. But other than that, nothing. Yeah.
I saw you had been doing a lot of training in San Diego with J-Flow, so I guess why did you go down there, and I guess are you trying to change your game plan up a bit against Sean?
Yeah, actually I knew the fight like half years ago, but I don't know if Sean knows or not, but yeah, I've been preparing for a long time, and yeah, I want like a more weapon, so whatever striking or wrestling, yeah, I should be ready.
I have to ask about your first face-off when he was wearing the mask. It seems like a lot of people were very annoyed by that. Were you annoyed by it when you saw his outfit?
I'm okay, but I think don't bring the racism like in this sport, that just keep his sport like, and yeah, he already regret, he got an interview from China. He say sorry to fans, but yeah, he trying to like get inside of my head like a man's game, but I don't care. I just focus on the fight,
Did he apologize to you, or do you not care about that?
I don't care. I just want to win the fight. I focus.
Yeah, I got one here. Yeah. You wanna go? No, go. You'd been in there with Piotr Jan before. What did you make of the fight with Merab? Did you think that Piotr was going to do as well as he did with how active Merab was?
就是说你跟比特岩打过，就是说你觉得他上场跟梅拉布打出来表现，就是跟你预期的一样吗？
Yeah, he did a very good job. He like impressive. He make some adjustment. Is actually very effective. Yeah. Actually, I respect him as a fighter. He's a very good fighter. Yeah, I like his style. He patient. He's well-rounded. Yeah, and yeah, I think if we rematch, Peter Yan still will win the fight.
You've said in like interviews before that you do kind of enjoy talking trash with your opponents. Sean O'Malley, not a guy that usually goes out of his way to talk some trash, but if the opportunity's there, are you going to take some jabs at Sean O'Malley at the press conference tomorrow?
So I'm not very good at English. I good talk trash, I trash talk it, but we will say, but yeah, if he like say something, I will say some Chinese. He didn't know that.
Your only losses in the past 5 years have been to Corey and Piotr. You've been in the UFC for over 8 years now. Do you feel like this one is very, very important if you're going to be champion in the UFC? Like, do you put that type of pressure that you kind of need to get over the hump and win this one?
就是你已经在 UFC 打了5年了，然后打了8年了，你输过的近5年只输过这个桑德哈根跟彼得岩，你觉得这场比赛是不是对你特别重要？如果你拿下了，可能就是拿到冠军的这个挑战权了。
Yeah, this fight is the most important so far. So if I win this fight, I might be the next title challenger. But I would take whatever UFC give me. So, but win this fight is very important for now.
Here's Song over here. So, over here. Sean O'Malley coming off, back-to-back losses, probably one of the most meaningful fights of his career. Do you think he's going to try to go out for some desperate shots, trying to get maybe a crazy knockout against you, and maybe how do you plan to use that to your advantage?
就是说，奥马利2连败了，他可能自己心理压力也很大，他可能上来想 KO 你，你觉得会是这样一个情况吗？然后如果他上来打得比较心急，你会怎么利用这一点？
I don't think so. Like I fought like 15 fights in UFC, and nobody wanna try to knock me out in the first round. I won all first rounds in my career, I think. So he will be like I think he will stay the same style. Like he say he's a snapper, and so I think I have to be patient to find the gap to knock him out. I believe my abilities. Go there, knock him down, and choke him out. That was my plan.
Song over here. You have a really close friendship with your teammate Sumo Darji. How special was it to see him get a couple wins after all those injuries?
Yeah, he was at a very rough time because he got injury and rest a year, and right now he's back on track. I feel like he's improved every day, and I'm very looking forward his next fight. He will be the rank soon and got the title shot soon. Yeah.
And what makes you more nervous, when you fight or when Sumo Darji fights?
Actually, all my friends, all my teammates fight, I would be nervous because, I believe myself, but I believe him too. But I don't fight, so I'm so nervous. I actually sometimes I don't want to watch them fight. I don't know. It's just nervous.
Song, how much do you think about the judges and the optics when facing a flashy striker like O'Malley? And what are you going to do to make the rounds obviously for you?
就是说，你担不担心这个裁判到时候判罚？因为奥马利，他这个得点能力比较高，不管是他的这个明星的这个效应还好，你会怎么样的可能去告诉裁判每一回合你都赢了？
So I know this happened in the Yan's fight, O'Malley with Yan. I think that was Yan win that fight, but I will make a more like advantage, more. Yeah, I will make sure I'm dominate the fight. I don't give the referee the chance to give him win, so I will try to finish him in each round.
And does sharing this card with other top bantamweights change how badly you feel you need a highlight performance and not just a win?
就是因为这场比赛也有很多其他61啊，比如像乌马尔他们也打，就是说你会觉得就是为了更去拿到这个挑战权，你会需要表现得更好吗？
Yes, of course. I really want to knock this guy out. It's just win is not enough. Yeah, this fight is not about winning. It's about my future. Make a statement.
There's a song right here. Just one. Obviously, you're a different fighter from Merab, but did you feel like you got a lot of information watching his 2 fights where he defeated Sean O'Malley?
就你的打法当然跟梅拉布很不一样了，但是你通过梅拉布跟他的比赛，你有没有找到击败Sean的这个灵感？
Yes, we've been training for this. You guys will see on Saturday night. Yeah, we will change something. Yeah.
Hey, Song. You talked earlier about the fact that if you could, you would trash talk in Chinese. How good are Chinese people at trash talk? Because on the internet, we can see that they can go pretty hardcore with the memes and stuff. How good would you be at trash talking in Chinese?
So, actually, Chinese we are very humble. We don't like a trash talk, but actually I'm not good at trash talk. And I don't want to trash talk to him, to anyone. I just want to focus on the fight. But this is a part of fighting. But you can choose. I choose. Yeah, just focus on the fight. I don't want to trash talk with him. Actually, yeah.
Thank you.
What's up, chat?
Well, Sean, you were complaining that maybe you were falling down the card in order, and then suddenly you get a call, and it's your first co-main event, I believe. How excited are you to actually still show that star power and be at the top of the bill?
It feels good. Actually, my first ever UFC fight was a co-main event. It was on a fight night. It wasn't a great card, but, it was a co-main.
Cool. How are we feeling about this matchup, and is it the opportunity for you to fight a good striker who can give you opportunities on the feet to show off your skills once again?
Yeah, 100%. Someone like Song is going to bring the best out of me. He's very durable, explosive, hungry, experienced. Very, very difficult fight for me, but I'm excited for the challenge.
We joke about the whole placement on the card and your star power somehow going away, but does that stuff ever really play on your mind? The idea that people are starting to lose belief in me or anything like that?
No, not really. I think I was trying to fight earlier in the year, but I think UFC wanted me on the Paramount card for a reason, and that says everything I need to know. We're still a draw. We're still here. I'm in a good spot.
Now, the first face-off with Song did have a little bit of controversy to it with the COVID face mask. Curious if you would explain why you chose to wear that and maybe a bit of regret of it or not. How are you feeling about it now?
My intentions were never, harmful. It's supposed to be a little silly joke. It was that, and got taken out of. I apologize if I offended anybody.
Yeah. And then looking, not to look past Song, obviously, but past this fight, obviously, if you win, you're right back there. The Peter rematch will be massive. There's other big fights for you with Umar and Merab. Where do you see yourself in the division should you get the win on Saturday?
It's got to be me versus Peter next if I go out there and take care of business. If not, I don't know. I just feel like I'm kind of trying to manifest that. I think I go out there and put on a beautiful performance. Me versus Peter at the White House is huge.
Sean, right here. At one point, you and Song were kind of the young bantamweights coming up, kind of circling each other. So was Song always a name that you kind of assumed you would have to fight at some point in your careers?
Yeah. I never really. Yeah. He definitely was. I kind of assume I'm gonna fight, anybody on the roster. I never really thought of him specifically, but over the last few years, yeah, definitely is on the radar.
He said he's known about this fight for quite a while, and he was curious if you did too. So he was just in here before you did. So how far back did you get the name Song Yadong for this fight?
It's been a few months, like November, maybe October. It's been a while. I just, was. Yeah, it's been a while.
Has it felt like just one long camp preparing for Song?
No, I definitely didn't overdo the fight camp. My last 4 fight camps were you starting at 12 weeks, and it was a lot. So definitely, didn't overdo the fight camp.
We've heard, a fighter like Dominic Cruz has said, preparing for a 5-round title fight is just mentally and physically, it's just different, and that kind of caught up to him after a while. And he says fans just kind of don't understand what it's like to prepare for that many title fights back to back. So to kind of understand that kind of aspect now.
100%. It's a lot. It's a lot mentally, physically. It is a lot. But that's what that's our goal is to be in title fights. So, not complaining, but it definitely is a lot that people probably don't even understand until you've actually done it.
And do you feel like your name is kind of maybe bigger than the UFC title in the minds of fans that maybe they don't watch every fight but they tune in because they kind of recognize your name? Because a guy like Conor doesn't necessarily have to be fighting for the title for fans to tune in.
Yes and no. I run into a lot of people who are like, "Hey, bro, huge fan. I don't really watch fighting, but we love you." So I get that every time I go anywhere. Not a huge UFC guy, but we love you. So I'd say a little bit.
I saw a video of you saying that your goal was to still become the biggest star in this promotion. So I guess what is the path to that, assuming you beat Song Yadong after Saturday?
Yeah, beat Song Yadong, beat Peter Yan. Those two, that'll get me there.
Can I ask what is doing well you keep posting about on social media?
Yeah, it's a company that I'm starting. I'm not even taking any investors, really putting my own money into it, putting my own passion into it. It's a performance electrolyte drink mix right now. It's going to branch off into more supplements, but it's going to be third-party tested, made with organic ingredients, the quality, top quality, premium product that I've been doing it, started it a year ago and really trying to figure out and learn the business of growing a business. And it's been fun. We actually got the packets, the samples, the official product for the first time, I got to see it in the mail today, and it's beautiful.
How hands-on are you with kind of the creation of
Oh, 100% of it. Like, you know, everything from, I actually went out to the manufacturers, sampled, taste tested, logo, the shipping company, the storage company, every aspect of the entire business. I've been on phone calls, and it's been fun. I learned a lot.
When do you think the public can get this?
Within the next couple weeks, it'll be officially out there and ready to go.
Sean, right in front of you. We're coming up on, in March, it'll be 2 years since the last time you got a win. And obviously, you know, it looks different because it's been the title fights with Merab and stuff. But, like, you know, all this stuff, getting a fight with Piotr, all those things aside, like, how much are you just craving having that feeling again on Saturday night?
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. It has been a minute. Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to feel good. 2025 was the first year I hadn't had a win that I fought in 15 years. So, you know, it was definitely, life was still good. I've been saying it's probably one of the best years I've ever had, just as a person, outside of fighting, just in general. But it would be nice to be able to add a win to the life experience again.
Yeah, and adding things to the resume, what would you be more happy with after this fight? If you got a bonus, became the first bantamweight with 10 bonuses, or get a knockout and tie TJ Dillashaw for most KOs in bantamweight history?
I mean, that sounds like it's a 2-for-1. I get a knockout, I'm getting a bonus, so let's get them both.
Yeah. Any idea what kind of bonus you're fighting for on Saturday?
No. Oh, no, you going to tell me something? Are you
No,
asking me?
we still don't know. I didn't know.
I don't know either. Yeah. No.
Question, just right here. You were talking about clinic performance on Saturday. Do you have some precise prediction on how the fight will go? Like a perfect shot, a round, something like Mystic or O'Malley?
Boom, boom. Hand raise. I don't know how we're getting it done, but we're going to get it done.
Second question, it's about the next fight you were talking about, the rematch against Petrian. How do you think in a 5 rounds fight it can be different? Who's advantage? Who have the advantage in a 5 rounds fight? The last one was in 3 rounds. So can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean the thing about fighting is we get to see, we get to find out. Well, hopefully, I gotta go take care of Song. I don't want to talk like Song's nothing. Song's a very difficult challenge. But 5 rounds, me versus Peter, it makes it interesting.
Thanks.
Sean, what do you see in Song Yadong that people are underestimate, and where do you believe he is most dangerous to you?
I mean, he's got power in his hands. He's a powerful, fast. Some guys are powerful, but they're not that quick. Some guys are really quick. They don't hit that hard. Song's got both. Song is powerful and fast.
And how important is a statement finish here in terms of jumping back ahead of guys like Umar and Figueiredo in that title conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think, if I go out there and get the job done, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun fight. So just going out there and getting the win, I believe, will be enough.
There's Sean over here. Just one. You made some headlines for comments that, 2026 could be the last year of your career. I mean, you're a young guy. There's a lot of guys who haven't fought yet. I mean, can you clarify just how realistic or just how long you see yourself still staying in the sport, especially if you get these wins?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going with the flow. I'm going with, there's not a date, there's not an amount of fights. It's a feeling. Once I feel like I'm done, I'm done.
Do you think about, like, let's say you were to retire at the end of this year. What do you think you'd be, you're a young guy. What do you think you'd be doing? What do you think you'd like to really pursue just in your life?
Business, doing well. I'm gonna, want to make doing well massive. And, I don't see myself being done fighting at the end of this year. Like, as long as I'm healthy, as long as my body can fight, it's gonna be, I'm gonna fight.
Thank you.
Sean, over here. You've mentioned you like fighting 3 rounds. It's been a while. How excited are you to potentially become the 3-round bantamweight champion on Saturday night?
Yeah, it'll feel good to be the first 3-round bantamweight champion. Something I've always dreamed of, and I'm excited to go out there and get the belt.
Hey, Sean, it's going to be a very materialistic question, but we have Dana White that now has a yacht and he spent 10 days on it and he still didn't see the end of it. It was so big. We have got Arman Sarukian who's got so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. At the end of your career, what do you want to achieve if you have some stuff that you want to achieve financially, or is there other stuff that you want to buy that you still cannot? What does it look like?
You know, I think just adding to my compound. I got a good amount of acres out in Arizona. I'd like to, you know, buy up some more land and build some more houses and just have my brother and sister and mom and dad and just kind of have the whole family live on the compound. And, you know, that's where I would spend, you know, the money that I'm going to make is doing stuff like that.
What's up, guys?
Umar, right here in front of you. You kind of asked for the quick turnaround. You wanted to fight before Ramadan after the last win. So did this all come together perfectly for you?
Yes.
And you're happy with Deiveson as the opponent?
Yes, why not? Like, doesn't matter who.
You're the biggest favorite on this card, like a very, very big favorite. Are you surprised that there's so much faith in you from everyone? Like, I think you're like 10-1 on the betting odds. I don't think a former champion has been such a big underdog like Figueiredo is.
You know, I never think about that, and I don't care. It's not my business. I just need to fight, you know. And if someone thinks he's very good because of that, you know, he has some problem with his mind.
And do you feel like you're fighting for a title shot here? We just had Sean O'Malley sitting in that chair, and he feels like if he wins, he's going to be next. Do you have the same feeling?
No, I don't feel even he gonna be next. You know, maybe after these fights, we're gonna fight for the title, and Merab and Peter maybe will fight rematch. You know, but for me, it doesn't matter. Any option, I will be ready.
Do you think the next fight for you would be in Abu Dhabi at the end of the year?
Yes, it's gonna be good, you know, and I can fight main event, 5 rounds, and if it's gonna be Sean O'Malley, for example, it's gonna be like big fight.
What did you learn from your last fight and the win that you're bringing into this fight?
I don't know, like I don't think about what I learned. I just try to be better every day, do like, you know, like learning, you know, wrestling, in jiu-jitsu, in striking. I try to train with the guys who one of the best in the world in that position. For example, I trained with Kimran Nabati. It's one of the best kickers. You know, he fought in one FC. You know, he's a world champion in Muay Thai. And like that, you know, I try to take something from guys in these guys, the best in their area, you understand? In jiu-jitsu, in box, in kickboxing, wrestling, doesn't matter.
What was camp for you like this time? Because I think you've been here for a while, right, in Las Vegas and
I'm here almost 1 month. I'm here almost because here, like, you need come to before, you know. Here high, his weather is different, and you have to get jet lag.
Was it what's it like, not having Habib here for most of the camp and Islam here, and obviously your brother as well? Like, is it more challenging?
Без Хабиба, без Ислама и без брата здесь, как все это прошло?
Like always, we was on phone, always connecting. They asking how is I feel. I recording my sparrings. I send it. They watch, send it to Javier, to Habib, and they tell what the mistakes, what I have to be like a little dangerous. Like they tell me my mistakes, and everything was on control.
And just my last question. You told me before the last fight, I asked what meant more to you, beating Merab and getting that rematch or the title, and you said it would be Merab. Is that still the case, or now that he's not the champion, has that changed?
Yes, it's still, and of course I want to take revanche, and then I think belt not will go anywhere. I will come to take that, inshallah. And but right now, how I see, I think I need to fight one more time.
Umar, Khabib did an interview recently where he said that you and Peter Yan don't like each other and there's some tension there. What is the issue between you and Peter?
It means like we're not friends, and we're not enemy, but even we're not friends too, and it's gonna be big fight for our country, two guys fighting like for the title, and just that's it.
Would you say there's more of an issue between you and Merab than you and Peter?
Между вами с Мерабом и между тобой с Петром, где больше терки, где больше неприязнь?
Like I'm looking at that sport where I am, like looking at guys like my opponents in cage. It's most important things, and I don't have problem with them outside the cage, right? And one of the reason why we don't like each other because if we can fight, we're gonna smash each other, But if somebody will retire it, we don't have issue to be, in conflict. And I think that position take all fighters, because nobody will fight with friend, right?
Hey Umar, over here. A lot of the fans online are talking about how you didn't get pushed up to the main event after Kayla Harrison pulled out. Did that surprise you at all?
Очень много фанатов говорит, что после того, как слетел главное событие, тебя не подняли на main card. Тебя это как-то задело?
For me, doesn't matter. I can fight even out in street outside. I can start this tournament. Doesn't matter. I just need cage, time, and I don't need even judge there, right? I don't care.
Umar, over here. Obviously, Khabib gets very nervous watching all of his people fight. Which teammate makes him the most nervous, do you think?
Часто задают вопрос, за кого волнуется больше всего Хабиб, когда смотрит бои?
I think to all, you can't come to corner somebody and not nervous. You can't control this. You wanna support this guy. You wanna give him good advices. You wanna he win, and it's impossible even to imagine how you come to on the corner and you sit chilling. You nervous always.
And one more from me. You got to train with Mikey Muzumichi in Jiu-Jitsu recently. What was that experience like, and what did you learn from each other?
I learned from him a lot of things, but for me, I don't think he learned anything because, I'm striker. Most of them I'm striker, and he will not, I think, fight, But he's a high-level jiu-jitsu, and he have a lot of technique. What I can learn from him, like a lot of things. Some small details, but it's gonna be key for some ambition, for some jog, choke.
Umar, just Just one for me. Speaking of your teammates, Chonko seemed to be the biggest star back on the Madison Square Garden card, and I heard Islam say that he's kind of worried maybe he is getting too big for his britches and has too much fame too quick. Have you given him any advice? Have you talked to him? Did you expect him to be such a star at Madison Square Garden?
В Мэдисон Сквер Гардене, когда дрался Ислам, тогда, когда только появился Чанко, все взорвались, было очень много к нему внимания. И Ислам вроде бы как сказал, что, может быть, для него такое количество внимания, такое количество славы так рано, может быть, достаточно плохо, что он слишком как бы, ну, чтобы не пошло ему в голову это все дело. Что ты можешь ему посоветовать по этому поводу, Чанко?
I don't think he will in trouble because of that. I know this guy since 2012. I know him a long time, and he was always like that. Who he have right now, he's still, and even if he will become champion, I don't think he's gonna become cocky,
Umar over here. Umar, there's been some talk at the end of last year that the UFC sometimes releases fighters if they feel like they can't speak English and promote themselves and they're not as exciting. As someone, who has a lot of teammates who are probably still learning English, do you feel like it's true? Do you feel like there is pressure to have to learn the language and to fight a certain way in order to get the attention and opportunities from the promotion?
Of course, it's one of the reasons. If you don't talk with your fans, if people don't wanna see you, people don't know who are you, like personal, it's gonna be a little trouble for promote yourself. But the most things what important, it's I think how you fight. You can take a lot of trash. You can be one of the famous guys in the world. But when you go there in the cage, somebody smashed you, it's not working. They will not put you in main event, right? And it's everything going together. Like you have to be a killer, like good fighter, and you have to learn too. Of course, you need talk. And but for myself, to be the guy like Chael Sonnen or someone else, like who talking too much, like it's not my style. People is different, right? Everybody is different, and I think I can't do this, because of I'm different.
Do you ever give your teammates advice if they get frustrated, like, why can't I get their attention? Like, why can't it just be about the fighting? Like, what advice do you give your friends and teammates who are maybe struggling to get to that level where they get the opportunity?
Не советуешь своим ребятам из своей команды, которые говорят, что почему мне не дают возможность, почему меня не замечают? Ты какие-то им советы даешь насчет того, что нужно им сделать для того, чтобы их наконец-то заметили и поставили в правильный, турнир, например?
Just one advice for them: it's train and win every fight, and one day you will become like champion in any organization, in anywhere, And you can, how I told you can talk too much, and if you're losing every second fight, it's not working. Nobody cares about what you're talking, right? Thank you.
Привет, Умар. В одном из интервью ты сказал, что не уверен, что Дэвисон доставит тебе какие-то серьезные проблемы. Ты до сих пор так думаешь? Или есть что-то в нем, чего прям стоит опасаться?
I believe there was an interview where you said that you don't think that Deiveson Figueiredo is going to present too much of an issue for you, too much of a problem. Do you still believe that, or is there something that you should be cautious of?
I'm not underestimating him. I think he's one of the tough guys and one of the experienced guys. And I'm not going to there to just walk, right? I'm gonna be fight with killer who gonna want to knock me out. And stylistically, I think it's not gonna be big trouble, inshallah.
Я не недооцениваю его, я понимаю, что я захожу в клетку против киллера, против человека, у которого очень большой опыт. То есть я не выхожу туда просто на прогулку, у меня будет достаточно серьезный бой, поэтому будет хорошая драка, и надеюсь, что я выиграю. Дай бог.
Умар, могу тебя попросить по-русски отвечать? Сереж переведет. Ты уже сказал, что Хабиб смотрел видео всех твоих тренировок, если что, корректировал. Но психологически, когда нет Хабиба, нет у тебя мысли, что здесь можно схалтурить, здесь можно немножечко недоработать? Потому что все мы знаем, как он стоит над вами и как вы работаете, когда он непосредственно в зале.
You already said that you sent all of the videos of all of your training sessions to Habib, and he kind of gives you back the feedback about that. But psychologically, maybe you have a thought of there's some corners that you could potentially cut because he's not here. As we all know that when he is here, he's very strict with all the training regimen. But now that he's not, maybe potentially you can take a little step back.
Да, конечно, когда он прям над твоей душой, когда он сам тебя тренирует, там другая нагрузка, он иногда бывает перегружает тоже. Он знаешь как, он вот свой опыт, как он тренировался, он также вот нас тренирует. В целом, если ему сказать, например, я устал, я перегружен, он ничего не говорит, говорит, отдохни, нужно восстановиться. А так, я здесь не был один, со мной был Ислам Мамедов, который контролировал весь процесс тренировочный. Когда ты сам тренируешься, когда сам пытаешься что-то сделать, это чуть другое. Тебе по-любому нужен и тренер, и кто будет тебе помогать советами, и кто будет контролировать тренировочный процесс.
Yes, of course, it's very different when he's right on top of you. He's kind of over your soul. So it's very different when he's around. But, you know, the thing with Habib is the reason why he's pushing so hard and maybe sometimes pushes over too much is because this is the way that he used to train. This is the way that he used to work. So he's trying to project that onto us when we train together. But I wasn't here by myself. You know, I had Islam Mamedov, who was overseeing my camp and kind of training with me the entire time. It's very different when you're trying to work by yourself, when you're trying to learn something by yourself. You always have to have somebody who is an outside mind, somebody who can see what you do and help you out with the process.
И последний короткий вопрос. Насколько принципиален для тебя реванш с Миробом Валишвили? Я имею в виду, если тебе предложат бой с ним не за пояс.
How important is it for you to actually get the rematch against Merab Dvalishvili? Is it if it's not for the belt and they offer you the fight against him, the rematch, would you take it?
Честно сказать, я не вижу такого большого смысла сейчас это говорить, потому что таки, 90% ясно, что он будет драться заново за пояс, и мне так или иначе придется подраться еще раз. Если он проиграет еще раз, будет ли он мне интересен, это тоже хороший вопрос. Конечно, я не знаю, будет ли мне этот реванш интересен, потому что человек, который проиграл 2 раза, продолжил ли я свой путь к поясу или с ним, будем уже по мере поступления решать эти все задачи. Сейчас это я не вижу смысла.
You know, to be honest, I don't know if there's a reason to speculate about something like that because it's pretty obvious that he is going to be the next one to fight for the title. So I most likely will have to have another fight. Now, if we're talking about him fighting again against Peter Yan for the title and he loses again the second time, would that make sense then for me to fight against him if he's going on a two-fight losing streak? Will it bring me closer to the belt? I don't know. I guess it's something that we'll have to see. We'll see what happens, and then we'll kind of figure that out as it happens.
Большое спасибо. Thank you so much, guys.
Well, Paddy, you know, people said you'd never be fighting for a UFC world title, and even though it is interim, you have proven those people wrong and will be fighting for that belt on Saturday. Now it's finally here. How does the occasion feel to you? Does it feel extra special, or is it just another fight that you've got to get through?
No, it's just another fight. I haven't put on a pedestal or nothing. I'm going to come out there like every other fight and get the win, get the finish, hopefully.
You and Justin have been fairly respectful in the build-up to this, but he did an interview on Monday where he said he specifically wants to beat the shit out of you and specifically wants to hurt you in the cage. Curious if you'd heard those comments and what you make of them.
Yeah, I've seen an even funnier one yesterday saying he wants to make me piss me pants. That one made me laugh because he done it into someone in his first ever fight. But that's our job, you know what I mean? But we're in here to hurt each other, you know what I mean? We're not having a pillow fight, we're having a fight. And I know I'm going to hurt him, and I know I am. So if he wants to try and hurt me, he can. That's what we're here for. That's the name of the game.
When you look at Justin, we spoke about it before last week when you were here, but when you look at him and where he's at in his career now, what exactly are you expecting from him style-wise, right? Like this is, he says, if he loses to you, he's probably retiring, right? So there's more weight on his shoulders thinking about that. Do you expect him to be more cautious than ever or more aggressive than ever because it's his last roll of the dice?
It's a very good question. He could be either or. He did look a bit cautious in the first round of the Fiziev fight, but then second and third he wasn't. He was more aggressive like his usual self. So just going to have to see how the fight plays out. Obviously, Trevor Whitman's a fantastic coach. He's going to have a game plan. But I know my game plan will be better and mine will work better. And I know that I'm going to be able to put my game plan to good effect and I'll beat him up. I just don't see where he can beat me.
Obviously, the belt is the goal. But to fight against someone like Justin Gaethje, right? You're a fan. Everyone loves Justin Gaethje. How cool is it to potentially have his name on your resume when this is all said and done? You can look back on that.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to have another legend's name on my resume. It's an honour to share the octagon with him. He's someone I've been watching for years and years. He's had some of the best fights I've ever watched in the UFC. But that's what we're in this game for. The people who you watch, you want to eventually fight them and beat them. So that's what I'm going to do on Saturday night.
We had a nice little update from the champion, Ilia Topuria, the other day. Said that he would come back in April to June, that sort of period. Does that work for you?
I'm not fighting in April, like. Going on holiday next month, lad. So you can wait till the end of June, start of July. He's not rushing me back after sitting out for a year, lad. Cheeky bastard.
Paddy, what was it like training through the holidays, with young kids back at home?
It was rough. Never fighting in January ever again. Ever again. Absolutely ruined me Christmas and my birthday, because my birthday is 3rd of January. It ruined it in a big way. But got to get on with it, you know what I mean? It's an honour to be the main event of the first Paramount card. It shows how much the UFC trusts me, and me and Justin will put on a good fight. And it's a world title fight. I've been training for 16 years now for this to happen, and it's finally here.
To kind of go off what Oscar said about, fighting another legend, Dustin Poirier coins this term when he beat Eddie, Justin, and Chandler. He said it was the violence triangle. Obviously, Dustin's retired, but if you add Justin's name to Tony and Michael Chandler, is that kind of your own little violence triangle?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, you could. That's a very good shout. I've got a couple of legends, veterans on my resume now. But it'll get like, oh, he only beat him because he was old. You know what I mean? Like it always does. That's what happens. Everyone's saying he's going to knock me out now, but in a couple of days when I win, everyone will be like, oh, he only beat him because he's 37, he's retiring. So it's one of them.
Dustin also said, when he got the call to fight Justin, at this point, like everyone knows what Justin's going to do. It's always just kind of violence in there that you get a little bit of goosebumps because you're signing up for a car crash. So I guess what was it like when you did get Justin Gaethje's name? Because, a lot of people, win or lose, are not quite physically the same after their fights.
He won't be physically the same after this fight. I will. I'll be exactly the same. I'm going to put a beat down on him like he's never received. And I can promise you that. But it was just another fight to me. When a contract with a name on gets sent to me, I sign it. I don't turn down no fight. I step up and I fight the person whose name's on the contract. I thought I was going to fight Justin in October in Abu Dhabi, but I think he turned it down. And then now there's a belt on the line. He's taking the fight. So it's nice to actually fight someone that I thought I was going to fight a while back.
And on the countdown, your coach said that this might be the best you've ever looked in camp, going all the way back to the beginning. I guess, what was different about preparation now compared to past camp?
This is the best I've ever been in camp, definitely. We've had a great camp. It's very cliche to say, but I am in the best shape of my life. I've got the least amount of weight to cut that I've had in years, and I feel fantastic. I don't see how anybody could beat me, never mind Justin Gaethje.
And then just last one for me. Also, since your last fight, Ronda Rousey did that panel, and she named you as her favorite UFC fighter currently because of the way you carry yourself and promote your fights, but also fight. So kind of out of left field for a lot of people. So I guess what was it like hearing those comments from arguably one of the biggest superstars the sport's ever seen?
Yeah, she's one of the biggest MMA superstars of all time and the biggest female superstar. So to have them sort of plaudits off someone like that is always a great feeling to hear and see.
Paddy,
What's happening?
Assuming you win the belt on Saturday and knowing that you've called it the real title, what type of champion do you want to be?
Obviously, I want to defend it. I want to defend the belt multiple times. Like, people keep making a meal of me saying I'll go up to 170. I'm not saying I'll go straight up to 170. I've always said you need to defend your belt at least 3 times. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to defend my belt, and then eventually when I get a bit older, because I'm getting there, and a bit bigger, then I'll go to 170.
And when you think about being champion, is there someone throughout history who you'd kind of like to emulate and potentially follow in their footsteps?
No, not really. I don't have one of them. I'm my own man.
At this present moment, do you care about the fact that Liverpool are currently beating Marseille 1-0?
Yeah, we're winning 1-0, aren't we? Just been watching it then on Blaze's phone. Hopefully we can keep winning, lad, and we're in the top 8 of the Champions League.
Best of luck.
Nice one, fella.
Hey, Paddy, right here. Paddy, you know, very few fighters can say that they command popularity just like worldwide like you. You know it's a big deal when you fight in Europe. Obviously, that popularity has carried over into America. If you had to pick a place, where would you want to fight?
Anfield. Easiest question ever. Liverpool Stadium in Liverpool. If I could pick one place to fight, that's exactly where it would be.
And then secondly, I think one of the biggest moments from your career, obviously that night in London, you win, Molly wins, and it's wild scenes. If you win the title on Saturday, do you think you guys will recreate such a celebration, just being together as a team for so long?
Well, Molly's not coming. Molly's boxing next month, so that'll be impossible. But I'll celebrate very well with my team, don't worry about that.
And just for the record, you and Arman Tsarukyan, whether it be a fight or an eating contest, do you take the victory?
Yeah, easy, both of them.
Paddy, you've said many times that Scousers don't get knocked out. What makes Scousers so special?
We're just a special breed of human, lad. It's just the way we are. We're built different, as they say.
Thanks.
Paddy, I know you said there's a lot of doubt around you, but you opened this fight as the betting favorite, and a lot of people thought that was because maybe they would put the money on Justin and the odds would flip, but it stayed that way the entire time into fight week here. So do you feel like maybe there is more people believing in you than you actually maybe think?
Yeah, there might be, because the odds haven't changed. I didn't think I'd stay favourite. I thought the odds would flip. I think that's what happened when I fought Bobby Green. He opened as the favourite, and it ended up being a pick-em when we went into it. But, yeah, that just shows the smart people have picked me, though, doesn't it? The people who are actually putting money on it. All the old guard, the fighters, are picking Justin, because they don't like it when the next generation comes in and starts beating the old guard. So all the lightweights that I see who are now retired or on the way out are all picking Justin to win. But that's just because it makes them look good. If Justin wins, when I'm going to beat him worse than they did, or some of them got beat by him.
This doesn't feel like it's part of your trajectory at all, but people are now speculating on who could fight Conor McGregor after they ruled out Michael Chandler, and obviously you just beat Michael Chandler. Is that a fight that would appeal to you at all if it came around, even though it doesn't really make sense from where you're heading right now?
Doesn't make sense, but you'd be an idiot to say no to fighting Conor McGregor, wouldn't you? Let's be honest. Everyone knows that. That's the biggest money fight that you can get in this sport.
Business must be very good for you right now, right? It feels like no matter how this fight goes, you have a lot of different directions you can go. Are you seeing a lot of like storylines and potential fights for you over the next couple of years right now?
Yeah, of course. There's always fights out there for me. Everyone underestimates me and overlooks me, so people think that they can beat me until they get in the octagon with me. So there's always going to be fights there for me. So I'm just waiting, but I want to win this title, and then I'm going to beat Ilya.
Dana White said very famously earlier in your UFC career, like questioning your discipline and, you know, if you could keep this lifestyle to get to this point, talking about your camp and all the sacrifices you made and where the weight is at. Is that like something you think should now be proven to everyone, that you have, you know, your discipline should not be questioned at any point?
No, people can talk. I don't mind. People can say what they want. They don't see the hard work and the dedication and the sacrifice. People like to talk from behind their phones on social media, and I let them.
Do you need to stay disciplined on Friday after the weigh-in until after the fight?
I'll still be getting me ice cream and me milkshake on Friday night, like I always do. That's just standard.
Thanks, Paddy.
Paddy, you started training when you were 15. I wanted to ask, what was in your mind back then? Did you ever think you'll get this close to the belt and potentially become champion in a couple of days?
Yeah, of course. That's why I started training. I wanted to be a UFC world champion. I walked in the gym and said that I was going to be a UFC world champion when I was 15, and I got laughed at, obviously. But look where I am now.
Got you. If you get the win on Saturday, who would you want to see first in the cage? Fight with Arman or fight with Ilya?
Obviously, you want to become undisputed champ of the world. I want to fight Ilya, and then I'll beat Arman.
Thank you.
Paddy, did you expect to maybe headline a fight night before headlining a numbered event?
No, I'd never be on it. I've never fought on a fight night apart from the London ones. I've only ever really been on pay-per-views. The only fight night cards I've fought on have been on the ones in London, and I haven't fought on one of them since 2022.
So you expected your first main event would be on a big pay-per-view or numbered event?
Yeah, 100%. I knew for a fact it would. I haven't fought on a fight night since 2022, and that was when it was in London. Ever since then, I've only ever been on pay-per-views. The UFC is stupid.
And then finally for me, did you see rumors of Justin Gaethje having staph on his neck?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's one of them. What are we meant to do? You know what I mean? If he's got staph, lad, he's got staph. Doesn't matter if he's got staph or not, I'm still going to smash his head in. But there's lads in our gym who fought with staph, lad, and knock people out in the first round, so it doesn't affect you that bad. But that'll be another excuse for everyone when I win. That'll be like, oh, Justin Gaethje had staph as well. You know what I mean? So it's one of them. I get on with it. I'm going to be turning up in the cage, and all that matters is if I turn up, nobody beats me.
How quickly do you want to turn around for a unification fight?
Mid-year. As I said, end of June, early July would be perfect.
And what's more likely, Paddy by KO or Paddy by sub?
Well, I keep envisioning a KO, but more likely is probably Paddy by sub, isn't it? If we're...
And 10 minutes after this fight, what do you want to hear people saying outside the arena?
I know they'll all be singing, oh, Paddy the Baddy. I know that for a fact.
Hey, Paddy, when you win on Saturday night and you get on the microphone with Joe Rogan, what's your message to Ilya Topuria?
Step up, know what I mean? Let's see you come back. If he's not going to fight by June, we said he's going to fight though, so, but if he's not going to fight by June, July vacate, and I'll defend against Arman or Max or Charles. But it's looking like it's going to be El Chorizo.
Thank you.
That fella's been waiting for ages there, you know. Let me just answer this question. Go ahead, lad.
Thanks, Paddy. So one question from me. You're always full of smiles when you talk about your twin daughters. How special is it to achieve your dreams and tell them that story when they're older one day?
Yeah, it will. It'll be very special because ever since I had them, my life's changed. Everything's been different. It's switched something in me mentally, and it's made me a better fighter. So without them, I probably wouldn't be in this situation right now.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Nice one, mate.
Well, Justin, we just had Paddy Pimblett in here, and he said that he's going to give you a beatdown the likes of which you've never received, and that you're going to be physically not the same after this fight. Curious if you take anything from those comments, or is it just, hey, it's fight week and this is what we do?
Yeah, certainly take nothing from those comments. It's 25 minutes in time. Right now, what he's saying right now does not matter. All that tells me is hopefully he's going to be overconfident, and the last thing you can do in this sport is have false confidence. He'd be crazy to think that and not know that I'm one of the most dangerous guys he's ever fought. I've been in scheduled for a 5-round fight at least 20 times in my career. Certainly not the same for him. It's a different ballgame.
Do you think that's something that he can't really be prepared for, right? Because he's never been in a 5-round fight at this level. There's no way he could ever have that experience before now. So do you think that's just something he can't really mentally prepare for?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, you don't know what you don't know. He hasn't been there. Again, out of my 26 or 31 fights, been scheduled for at least 20 times for 5 rounds. So it's different training, different mindset, different tactics when you're fighting. I want to take him to the 4th and 5th round, and I want to do the same thing, turn his face into minced meat. And I've done it before, done it to higher caliber fighters, but this guy has a lot of momentum right now, a lot of confidence, and those are some of the most dangerous variables that I will be facing when I step in there.
You mentioned before in a couple of interviews I've seen you do that you want to take him to the 4th and 5th round. Is that just because that's where you think you will have the experience advantage and success, or is it something that you kind of want to put Paddy through the ringer that you've been put through a few times?
No, I just trust in my training. You know, I train at elevation. If I'm tired, I know they're really tired. And, I know how hard he's going to be trying, so he's going to be exhausted when we get to those rounds. If you watch my previous fights that were 3-round fights, Michael Chandler, Rafael Fiziev, those were close fights on paper, but if they went to the 4th and 5th round, I would have hurt them very badly. And that's what I'm hoping I can do this Saturday.
Yeah. You have a keen eye for the sport and a good mind for it. When you look at Paddy, right, the criticism of him is that the guys he's beaten have been over the hill or past their prime and stuff like that. So there's this question about how good Paddy really is.
Yeah.
When you look at him, how good do you think he is?
I think he's really good. I think the sport is crazy. I think anything can happen at any moment. And I think all the people that have those opinions have never taken the risks that we take. A bunch of cowards that just like to talk. And I don't care what people say about him. I know that he's dangerous. I know that he's confident, and again, those are two huge variables. It's a constant battle for momentum, and I'm going to have to take it early and keep it. And if I do face adversity, I got to come back and show him that I am a vet. I am the most dangerous guy that he has ever fought.
You talk about adversity and coming back from it. Famously, when you first won the interim title, you sort of didn't want to. You didn't throw it. Do you look at this one differently because you've had to come back from setbacks and all that sort of stuff?
I don't think throwing the belt on the cage will be as effective as it was the first time, so I definitely won't be doing that. But, as I'm older, I'm wiser, and I understand that an interim belt is the same exact thing as an undisputed belt on paper for my pay, and it certainly gives me the biggest fight possible next. And so this is huge. This is huge for my legacy, huge for my career. I love that I got knocked out by Max Holloway. That's what has people doubting me more. That's what has, that's where a lot of the criticism comes from. And I think that happening is going to make this final chapter so much more blissful for myself and for my coaches and my family.
Justin, right here. You said like just a couple of minutes ago that like you don't know what you've never experienced when talking about like Paddy fighting a 5-round fight. This is, I think, what your 4th title fight or interim title fight you've prepared for. So is there anything that you took away from those camps that you changed this time around? Like, because I know the last few that you were a little compromised before the Charles fight because of the bike accident. So in terms of just preparation, any changes?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not riding bikes. Definitely have not ridden bikes lately. But no, ultimately, one mistake I've made is trying to, when I'm successful, I try to recreate, that experience. And you can't do that. Every one of these fights is such a unique experience and a new experience. And so to try to take things that made me successful last time and implement them this time will keep me away from naturally being where I'm at and being where I'm supposed to be. And so I'm just taking it one fight. I've taken it one fight at a time since the beginning. I am still doing that. and it's been a hell of a ride. You know, I'm blessed to have been given such huge opportunities by the company. You know, this is a huge opportunity to be the main event red corner of the first Paramount card. It's huge, and you know, I know that they trust me. I know that I'm the most consistent guy, most exciting guy, and that's probably why I'm here.
And on your YouTube channel, I saw one of your coaches say that he felt like your whole team kind of hit it on the head with this shorter camp. It wasn't like a long, drawn-out camp. And this is probably one of the better Justins we've seen in quite a long time. So I'm curious, do you feel that same way?
I mean, I do. I feel amazing. I feel as good as ever, but you know, any fight that you ask me that, I'm going to say that. So, I mean, I do think I have made the correct choices to be as prepared as I can be. You know, after the physique fight, I knew a huge fight was coming, and so I stayed on the nutrition. And, you know, I feel like I am in the best shape of my life. And I'm just as hungry, I got just as much fire in my spirit. And I'm ready to perform. I love to show off. So I can't wait to be in the arena and put it on the line. I get to walk into the fire. Not many people know what that feels like. I wish every one of you could feel what I'm going to feel on Saturday without the danger, you know, being there, but that's just not the case. And that's what makes it so exciting is the danger. So I'm pumped.
We also saw you compete at Fanatics Fest since your last fight. So I guess what was that experience like, and what'd you do with the car that you won?
Yeah, I turned the car into money. I took the money. It was the best money I've ever made, not getting punched in the face, by far. But yeah, I'm an athlete, still an athlete. There was 100 people, and I took second place. You know, unfortunately, I honestly performed terribly. Could not believe I took second place, but the golf is what separated the men from the boys, so I'm glad I've been golfing so much.
Justin, a lot of talk about, you know, you saying what you said earlier, this could be the last run, kind of the stakes that are attached to this, and your mindset towards fighting has just been so unique and interesting to follow throughout your career. Is part of kind of like putting that on this fight, part of that mentality, like knowing there's no going back from this, it's all needs to be forward from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be a fool to think that this is the beginning. You know, this is certainly not the beginning. And they're definitely not going to let me fight for a belt 6 times, so... you know, and my goal is to fight for the belt and win the belt, and so this is everything I've asked for. But I don't think too, you know, I can't really think like that. I can't process, you know, emotions like that. It's just right now, right here. I'm very prepared. You know, I trust in my preparation, and that allows me to not be scared. You know, because I'm okay with the worst possible outcome because I know I will give max effort, and I know that I gave max effort this whole camp. I know that I will have my support system around me no matter what happens, and it allows me to go out there and just be free and enjoy the moment.
Paddy has said from day one of coming into the UFC, Scousers can't get knocked out. How much are you looking forward to proving that wrong?
Yeah, you don't have to be a doctor to know that if you have a brain, you can get shut off if I just shake it. And so I'll show him, you know, if I could shake his head and make his brain touch his skull, he's going to go to sleep.
And I know you said your perfect world is to fight Ilia Topuria at the White House lawn. Your manager mentioned maybe Conor McGregor could be in play with, you know, Dana White saying Michael Chandler.
Nothing, who knows?
Does that appeal to you at this point, though?
I'll be here on Sunday. The only thing that appeals to me right now is knocking the Scouser out and representing America, and that's what I'm here to do.
Thank you, Justin.
Hey, Justin, over here.
Whatever a Scouser is.
Hey, Justin, you recently been talking about retirement online. You know, say you get the win come Saturday. How many more fights do you think we could see?
Where did you see me talking about retirement online?
I saw it online. People were talking about you saying that.
Never talked about it. I said if I didn't get the fight that I wanted and I felt like I deserved, I might retire. But I don't got none of that matters now. I'm here. I got what I wanted. Interim belt is the same as an undisputed belt on paper, and it gives me the chance to fight 100% fight for the championship next. So it's everything I asked for. Okay. But how many fights I have left? No fucking clue. One at a time.
Justin, over here. You followed a family tradition of working at a copper mine the summer when you were 18 years old. How much of your work ethic do you attribute to your lessons from working there?
Yeah, I mean, more so watching my parents, my dad work there is where I've taken the lessons that, you know, it doesn't matter how how blessed you think you are, how, you know, you can never look at yourself as a victim. You know, life is hard. Life's a competition. And he showed me that you have to show up every day. You know, I don't know that he took one sick day his entire 37 and a half years in that mine. Same with my mother working for the United States Postal Service. My parents showed me how to overcome and move forward. And it was just by taking it one day at a time, being, you know, they were nice. Now I have to be mean, but, you know, it's just work ethic, you know. Never looking at yourself as a victim, always trying to overcome the obstacles, being petty as fuck, which I am, and I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, with how much opinions people have. But you know, working in the mine, it just really, I knew it wasn't for me. As stable as it is, as good of a living as you make. You know, if I would have worked, I worked 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. I did it for 68 days straight. If I would have done that my first year out of high school, I would have probably made like $140,000 and with no days off, which would have sucked. But I knew it wasn't for me. You know, it was, and nothing against my father or both of my grandfathers, my brother, all my cousins that do work there. But I knew I was not necessarily destined for something bigger or better, but something different. And that's why I went to school for human services, you know, mostly because of the parents I had. You know, I know that everybody's not lucky enough to have that, and I wish that was the case, because we'd be in a lot better situation as a society. But I knew I could probably be that for somebody and for at-risk youth. And so that's why I studied and went to school for what I went to school for. And yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna, the goal was to have a job where I could wake up at whatever time I wanted to every day. And thank God I accomplished that.
Justin, you're always super respectful to all the fighters you fight with, but with Paddy, it like seems a little bit different. Is it like personal for you, or you just like worry about the time?
No, I've had no animosity towards him, you know, other than the fact that he is my opponent. And, you know, him saying he wants to, again, so when I was his age, I learned there's no reason for me to fuel their fire. And so, I mean, there's no reason for me to talk shit about him and to make him, you know, he's petty too. We don't get here unless we're petty. And so I don't want to light that fire under his ass. You know, him saying he's going to retire me, love it. You know, I love that I'm the underdog. This is my 15th fight in the UFC. I've been an underdog 10 times out of the 14 fights that I have had. This will be 11 for 14. And it's just a testament to the level of competition that I have constantly faced. From day one, number 5, Michael Johnson, and till today. So I'm pumped. You know, it's been a crazy ride. There's so many statistics that I've accomplished that get overlooked, that when I'm done writing this book, it's going to be amazing.
If you get the win on Saturday, who would you want to fight next?
Yeah, so if I get the win on Saturday, I will have the interim championship, and that automatically gives you a fight versus the champion, which is Ilia Topuria. We do not know how long his personal situation is going to keep him out of this sport, and so I prefer him in June, because June is when I want to fight on the White House card. If he's not ready, then I want the winner of the Oliveira and Holloway fight.
Justin, it's been over 5 years since your first interim title fight against Tony Ferguson. What's changed and what are the biggest differences as you prepare to face Paddy?
I mean, not much has changed. There's not many differences. This is the craziest sport in the world. I fell in love with it as a child. And, you know, the evolution of the sport is through the athlete, but the UFC is the same. And these fights are the same.
Has your relationship with MMA changed throughout the years compared to your UFC debut against Michael Johnson?
I would say so, you know, especially with the media. You know, I've become a lot less inclined to talk to you guys for different reasons.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Justin. It's been talked about how much money you've made in performance bonuses in your UFC career. I'd like to ask, what's the smartest thing you ever did with that performance bonus money? And could you tell us maybe something you wish you did differently with some of the money?
Oh, man, to have 14 bonuses and not equal up to $1 million, it's not right. It's not right. It should be a lot more than that, and I should have had opportunities to do smarter things with my money, but I don't, and I haven't. And to this day, everyone's, I hear Daniel Cormier saying that everybody's going to get paid more on this card. I'm not getting $1 more than I would have if this deal did not happen. I'm happy to have achieved what I have achieved. The best thing I did is probably invest in a commercial property. I purchased a house in Arizona that's like a mile away from my parents. My sister is renting that from me now. But really just being able to help my family, help my parents, help my brothers and sisters, give them Christmas gifts that I never would have been able to give them, take them on vacations that I would have never been able to. That's the smartest thing I did, because you can never get that time back with your family. And so, it's huge for me.
Thank you very much. Justin, you've said that you don't know how many fights you have left. After the James Vick fight, you told me you had 5 wars left.
Yeah.
How many wars do you think you have left now?
Well, I would say the Oliveira fight was a war. The Holloway fight was a war. Chandler, maybe. He rocked me in the first round. But outside that, I haven't got my marbles knocked around outside of those 3 fights. So I guess I have 2 left.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Voltando pro Pará é bom demais, né?
Beleza, essa mesmo. É o que estava marcado lá, os caras continuam.
Good to go. Deiveson, front, right here.
Olá.
Hello. You're obviously not accustomed to big, big pay-per-views, big spotlights, big opponents, but, to get called to fight a guy like Umar to kind of kick off this Paramount era, I guess, how is camp, and I guess what are the emotions a couple days ahead of your fight?
Como é que você está sentindo? A gente sabe como é que é o começo do ano, é um grande card, um tremendo do evento, o início dessa nova era de transmissão do UFC, e você lutando contra o Umar. Como é que está isso? Como é que foi o camp para essa luta, uma grande luta?
Cara, graças a Deus, início de ano, né? Estreando com o pé direito para mim. Pegar uma luta contra o número 2 do ranking, isso me deixa muito feliz, me deixou bem animado para fazer um camp feliz, né? Lutar contra um cara que gosta do grab, gosta de colocar para baixo, né? Então eu venho fazendo um trabalho em cima disso. Desde que mudei de categoria, eu venho sendo um grab, né? Certamente vai ser um encontro de 2 grab, né? Mas o que ressalta é que eu sou um strike verdadeiro e eu fiz um trabalho para não deixar ele amarrar a luta, que é o trabalho que ele gosta de vem fazendo, né? E eu estou preparado para o jogo dele.
I'm very happy with the opportunity. I mean, just have a card like this, an event like this, a moment like this, and actually have the guy that's #1 ranking. So just to have that fight is good. And also, a guy that, you know, he's a great fighter, someone like that likes to grapple. He wants to take me down. Yeah, go ahead. I come from grappling. That's where I like to do. But I'm a true striker. And ever since I've moved up in divisions, like I just think I've improved a lot of things in my game, and then just to ensure the game plan is going right and I can neutralize these guys. Like the game plan is for him not to allow him to stall and just to go just pressing against the fence or just keeping, like, we want to make sure that we counterattack that attempt to be stalling the fight. We want to make it active.
To go off of that, I know in a lot of your previous fights, after the fight, you kind of go over the game plan that you had put together for your opponent specifically. A lot of people think Umar might be the most well-rounded fighter in this division. So when you break him down, is he as perfect as a lot of people say, or do you see a lot of holes you can take advantage of?
Então, você falando disso agora, de plano de jogo, que você mencionou, de tentar não deixar ele amarrar a luta. E muitos lutadores, assim que termina a luta anterior, ou sabem que vem a próxima luta, eles já começam a planejar. Existe um plano de jogo, existe uma estratégia. Do caso dele, como é que você vê um plano como ele para planejar lutar contra ele, sendo que ele é considerado um dos lutadores mais completos e difíceis de planejar no UFC?
Bom, cara, quando a gente é um guerreiro, cara, a gente tem que estar preparado para entrar, seja qualquer batalha, entendeu, irmão? E eu, dentro da organização, já lutei com vários lutadores, inclusive o wrestler, entendeu? No início da minha carreira, nas 57 quilos, onde eu me tornei dono do cinturão. E lutar com ele é só mais uma luta, eu só preciso bloquear as quedas dele e meter a porrada nele.
Man, when you're a warrior, you have to be ready for every battle that they bring to you. And I think I faced a lot of tough fighters and a lot of fighters that have like the grappling in them. And I went, listen, I took on a lot of challenges at flyweight, and I owned a division, and I got the belt out of it. So I was able to dominate there. And the plan is basically this: is just you get a guy like him, he wants to take you down. You have to make sure that your takedown defense is on point, and you prevent that from happening, and you go from there and you beat him up. That's what you do.
Next month marks 14 years of you competing professionally. Did you think you would be fighting this long?
Mês que vem completa 14 anos de você lutando profissionalmente. É isso? Você imaginou que ia ser 14 anos dessa trajetória?
Não, cara. Eu até planejei início da minha carreira com os 38, 37 anos, estar parando de lutar. Mas, cara, assim, eu sou de Soure, sou da Ilha do Marajó, sou marajoara, fui criado na selva. E eu me adaptei desde cedo ao perigo, entendeu? E eu gosto disso. Então, sabe, hoje eu estou com 38 anos e não penso em parar. A cada dia, a cada mês, a única coisa que eu coloco na minha cabeça é que eu tenho que ser um atleta profissional de verdade, me alimentar bem, dormir bem e nunca parar de treinar, sempre estar na ativa.
No, never thought about it. I thought that at 37, 38 years old, I was going to be done. I was, whenever that happened, I was going to be far done. But then, if you think about it, I'm from Soure, a small city up in the north of Brazil, on the island of Marajó. I'm a straight-up Marajoara, somebody that was born and raised in the jungle. I had to be used to danger very early in my life. And now, the more I fight, the more I continue to do this, I just focus on evolving as a professional athlete. training better, eating better, sleeping better, becoming more of a professional, and being in prime condition. And I have and continue to train all the time, never stop training, always active, and I have no thought of stopping.
And just last one for me. I know you were involved in a bit of a scary car accident in October. Everything all good? And what was the experience like dealing with all that?
Última pergunta do José. Queria saber, você parece que estava envolvido num acidente de carro em outubro. Tá tudo bem? O que aconteceu? A gente sabe que passou por isso. Teve alguma? Eu sei que não é uma experiência muito legal. Você tá tranquilo depois do que aconteceu?
Então, houve o acidente de carro, inclusive eu perdi meu carro pelo fato da batida ser tão forte, né? A mão de Deus ali me protegeu, eu saí sem nenhum risco, sem nenhuma batida, né, no meu corpo do acidente. E meu carro era blindado, e graças a Deus, tanto blindado o carro, mas blindado por Deus, entendeu? E graças a Deus eu tô aqui e o UFC mudou a minha vida e, cara, hoje eu tenho condições para comprar um outro carro e foi o que eu fiz.
Yeah, it was a total loss. So the car was absolutely totaled. And I came out with absolutely no scratches, bumps, or bruises. Nothing. Just everything. And I think the hand of God was there. And my car was bulletproof, very common in Brazil. And I like to say it was not just bulletproof, but also a term that we use in Brazil, bulletproof by God, so protected by God. And I love being here. To be in the UFC and to have gotten the things that I've been able to get out of this job and being what I am, thankfully have the condition to buy another car and get it. So that's what I did, and I'm back at it.
Hey, Figgy over here. Recently on Instagram, you've been posting a lot about how you're a very big underdog of plus 900. You know, as a former UFC champion, do you feel like you're being overlooked at by chance?
Nesse desafio, nessa luta que está vindo aí, saiu agora as bolsas de apostas, as casas de apostas falam que você é um azarão pagando 9-1. Um cara que foi campeão, um cara que fez o que você fez já. Você acha que é um desrespeito o pessoal falar, não, ele está pagando 9-1, esse é o tamanho de quão azarão você é?
Cara, eu não tenho como desrespeito, entendeu? Mas sim como um incentivo para entrar lá e quebrar a banca mais uma vez, já que eu sou o azarão.
See, I don't see that as a disrespect. What I see that as an incentive and an inspiration. It just makes me want to go there and just beat the house and just, break it down. Like I just want to tear up the sports book on this one. I just want to go out there and prove to people that, you made a bad mistake.
Figgy, over here, you've been in some really exciting fights, especially the first one with Brandon Moreno. Do you think that fight deserves to be in the UFC Hall of Fame one day?
Você esteve em muitas lutas grandes, tremendas, contra grandes lutadores. E, obviamente, a gente sabe da quadrilogia contra o Brandon Moreno. Você acha que a luta contra o Brandon merecia entrar no Hall da Fama como uma luta histórica?
Cara, com certeza. Pô, seria uma honra, entendeu? Colocar uma luta minha e do Brandon no Hall da Fama.
For sure. For sure it would be an honor to actually have a fight of mine in the Hall of Fame.
Right down here. What would you say has been the hardest adjustment in moving up a division?
Qual que você consideraria que foi o ajuste mais difícil para você quando você saiu dos Moscas e foi para os Galos?
Eu não diria ajuste, cara, mas o mais difícil para mim era continuar na categoria de baixo, entendeu? Eu certamente já era um 61, forçando estar em uma categoria que não era minha.
Só para entender. E na categoria de cima, qual que você acha que foi o maior desafio? Mas acho que foi essa a pergunta.
Então, eu já era um 61. o mais difícil para mim era continuar na categoria de baixo.
Perfeito.
Entendeu?
So I don't think there was a challenge there. I think the biggest challenge I faced was to be a flyweight. I was a bantamweight. I've always been a bantamweight. I did just restructure the question to make sure that, so was there a challenge at bantamweight? I said, no, the biggest challenge was actually to be a flyweight. I've always been a bantamweight.
Thank you.
Is it okay?
See?
Bye, guys.
Eating all the crisps, ain't ya?
Testando.
Natalia, right here.
Hi.
Hello. So another former champion for you to face. So I guess it's just your new thing, just racking up all these wins over former champions.
Mas outra ex-campeã virou agora tradição. Então só manda as ex-campeãs aqui que eu vou pegar todas uma por uma.
Hi. Good to see you again. So, I am here for this. I am ready to win another champion, a former champion.
It's been a while since we got to see you fight. Did you want to return sooner, or is this best case scenario fighting a big name on a big card?
E faz tempo que a gente não vê você lutar. Você queria ter retornado antes? Ou acaba sendo o melhor cenário esse? Pô, vou lutar contra uma ex-campeã e esse acabou sendo a melhor situação possível.
Sim, eu queria ter lutado pelo título antes, mas o UFC disse que a Valentina não estaria disponível para lutar agora e que eles precisavam que eu fizesse outra luta e ofereceram o nome da Rose e nós aceitamos.
Yeah, I wanted to get a shot at the title before, but the UFC said that Valentina was not going to be able, to fight so soon. So they offered Rose's name, and we said, yeah, we accepted it.
Do you think if Weili hadn't fought Valentina, you would have fought for the belt already?
Você acha que se a Weili não tivesse lutado contra a Valentina, você já teria lutado pelo cinturão?
Acredito que sim, por tudo que eu fiz na organização. Eu acho que a pessoa que mais estava pronta para isso era eu, então eu acredito que sim.
I think for everything that, I'm the person that done the most in this organization, and I think that the person that was ready for this, it was me, yeah, so I believe that.
Rose was in here earlier, and she said to prepare for you, she had to go back to her roots, in Taekwondo roots, because of your style. Did you also kind of have to go back to prepare for Rose?
A Rose estava aqui antes e falou que ela teve que voltar às raízes dela e teve que treinar por muito taekwondo por causa do estilo. Você também teve que voltar às raízes para se preparar para ela?
Eu nunca tive que voltar às raízes porque eu sempre treinei taekwondo. Então, que bom que ela voltou, mas acredito que o tempo que ela voltou não vai ser o suficiente.
I didn't have to go back to my roots because I just never stopped doing taekwondo. So, but good. It's good for her that she went back, but I don't think that the time that she's actually been back at it will be enough.
And in terms of what you expect from Rose, because we've seen fights where she's incredibly aggressive and can knock out her opponents, but she can also fall into that slow-paced and kind of lull her opponents to fight her style. What are you expecting from Rose?
Em termos do estilo que você pode antecipar da Rose, teve vezes que ela foi muito agressiva, foi para frente, veio com tudo, e outras vezes que ela basicamente ficou banho-maria, luta lenta, tentando fazer com que o oponente entrasse no jogo dela. O que você espera da Rose?
Bom, eu não tenho muito o que dizer sobre ela. Eu tenho muito a dizer sobre mim. A Rose, ela se adapta muito ao estilo da pessoa que ela luta e o difícil vai ser ela se adaptar ao meu jogo. Quando eu entrar para lutar, quem vai ditar as cartas sou eu.
I don't have to worry about what to expect from her. I don't want to comment on her. I like to comment on me. I tell her one thing, I basically throughout the fight, she's going to have to adapt to the style. And when I step into the octagon, I will be the one just dealing the cards throughout the fight, and she's going to have to adapt to that.
And last one for me. This time next year, 12 months from now, do you have a UFC title in front of you on that table?
E aí, daqui a 12 meses, o ano acaba, você tem cinturão nessa mesa?
Em nome de Jesus, sim, eu estou treinando para isso e eu acredito que uma vitória sobre a Rose já me credencia a uma luta pelo título.
In the name of Jesus, yes, I'm fighting for this, I'm working for this, and I think that a win against Rose already gives me the credentials to actually fight for the title.
Natalia, you say you think a win will get you the credentials for a title shot. When Rose was in here, she said the UFC told her if she wins this fight, she will be fighting for the belt. Were you given the same assurances?
Falou que você acha que sim. A Rose, quando veio aqui, ela falou que o UFC falou para ela que se ganhar de você, ela vai ter uma chance de lutar pelo cinturão. O UFC já falou para você o que acontece se você ganhar dela?
O UFC falou que essa luta é uma luta eliminatória e que a próxima vai pelo título.
The UFC has said that this is an elimination fight, and the next one will be for the title.
What do you just think of Valentina lately? We've kind of seen her change her style a little bit, more takedowns, more control time on the ground. She was very dominant in that way against Weili, but how do you think that approach would fare against you?
O que você acha da Valentina recentemente, por conta de estilo dela, a maneira como ela resolveu recentemente ela entrou na onda de botar para o chão, dominar, usar muito do domínio de posição e de chão. Foi assim que ela fez ganhar as últimas duas lutas. Você acha que esse estilo ganharia de você?
Não. A Valentina, definitivamente, ela não vai me vencer em qualquer área. Eu treino todos os dias para ser campeã e não importa se a luta vai ser na trocação ou se vai ser na luta agarrada, eu estou pronta para vencê-la.
No, Valentina is not going to be me, and I'm going to be a champion and beat her because, listen, I worked every day in every single area possible, and whether it's going to be striking or actually going into any sort of grappling, I'm going to beat her, and I'm going to be a champion.
How much more effective do you think your style will be in 5-round fights? Like we've seen some of these ladies have a lot of trouble with you in 3 rounds, but you haven't been able to get the finish. Would 10 more minutes, do you think, allow your style to have a lot more finishes?
Como é que você acha que teu estilo vai entrar ou se encaixar com 25 minutos de luta? Porque muitas dessas meninas simplesmente não conseguiram fazer nada contra você em 3, mas você acabou não terminando algumas lutas, então, ao não finalizar uma luta, você acha que com 10 minutos você encerra a fatura, aproveitando esses 2 rounds que tem extras?
Depende. Eu sou uma lutadora que aproveita a oportunidade. Se dentro desses 10 minutos eu ver a oportunidade, eu vou acabar com a luta. Nós estamos falando de um alto nível, todas as meninas estão preparadas, então não tem como eu falar, eu vou chegar e vou acabar com a luta. Está todo mundo treinando, mas se eu ver a oportunidade, com certeza eu vou finalizar a luta.
I'm a fighter that takes advantage of opportunities, and if I do see the opportunity to finish fight, I for sure will take advantage of it, and maybe in those extra 10 minutes, I'll be able to finish the fight. Listen, it's hard. This is the highest of levels. All of them are ready to go, but if I do find the opportunity to finish the fight in those extra championship rounds, I'll do it.
Natalia right here in the back. Natalia, there have been 2 other flyweights doing really well, Erin Blanchfield and Macy Barber. I was just wondering, what did you think of their recent performances? Erin, you saw in New York against Tracy Cortez, and then Macy just fought last month.
2 outras lutadoras que estão indo muito bem, a Erin Blanchfield e a Macy Barber. Gostaria de saber qual que foi a tua impressão das lutas que elas tiveram, a Erin ganhando da Tracy e a Macy Barber recentemente também com uma vitória.
São lutadoras duras, são lutadoras muito boas e a performance da Erin foi muito boa. Ela venceu muito bem a Tracy e a Macy também tem se apresentado bem nas lutas dela.
They're tough girls. They're really good fighters, and I think that Erin's performance against Tracy was really good, and Macy, she had a good fight as well. I think they've had good performances of late.
For the record, some people might say you need to look very impressive to make sure you do get the next title shot. You feel that no matter what, a win keeps you ahead of Erin and Macy to get the belt or the shot at the belt.
E algumas pessoas falam assim, você tem que talvez impressionar para conseguir uma chance ao título. Você acha que tem que fazer alguma coisa especial, um pouco diferente, para ficar na frente dessas duas que a gente mencionou, a Erin e a Macy? Ou algo especial tem que acontecer, alguma coisa específica você acha que você tem que fazer para se manter em cima delas na posição?
Eu acho que os números já me colocam nessa posição. Eu venho de 7 vitórias no UFC. Dessas 7 vitórias, 2 bônus de performance. Em todas as minhas lutas, eu fiz grandes lutas. Então, eu acho que os números falam por si. E uma nova vitória no próximo sábado, me coloca cada vez mais à frente e mostra que realmente eu sou a próxima a desafiante ao título.
I think the numbers speak for themselves. We're talking about 7 wins in the UFC, 2 of them for bonuses. I've had great performances against a lot of fighters, and I do believe that, again, the numbers speak for themselves. The results are there, and a win on Saturday qualifies me and puts me right there to shoot for the title.
Just
two
ready.
easy ones. Two light ones. Do you still live with your coach? And as you rise up the ranks, do you believe there will be a time when you move out of his house?
Perguntinha mais leve agora. Você ainda está morando com a equipe e, de repente, com algumas vitórias, você acha que vai morar sozinha? Como é que é isso?
Eu já posso morar sozinha. Eu já tenho essa possibilidade. O UFC tem mudado muito a minha vida e eu acho que a questão de morar com uma família não é sobre não ter lugar para ficar. É sobre o acolhimento, é sobre estar morando longe, me sentir em casa, me sentir com a minha família.
I already can. I could be living alone. I think it's not about what you can do, it's what you choose to do. I think that living with, in a family environment, being, cared for and being welcomed, so much better to live in living, far from family. So living with people that care for you, it's a choice that you make, and you're happy to make that.
What do you think your job would be if you weren't a fighter?
O que você faria? Qual seria o seu trabalho se você não fosse lutadora?
Já pensei em muitas coisas e eu acho que eu nasci para a luta mesmo. Eu acho que, não sei, talvez eu seria, médica, mas não tenho muita vocação para ser médica. Ou talvez delegada, não sei. Acho que seria uma boa profissão, delegada.
I thought about this. I think I was born to be a fighter. I don't see myself as not being a fighter, but maybe a doctor. But I don't think I have I don't have it. I think it's not my vocation, not my calling to be a doctor. But I think, a sheriff. I think it would be a good job, and I think, kind of like a sheriff.
Just one question. One name nobody mentioned is the #1 contender from your weight class, Manon Fiorot, who beat Rose a few years ago. Do you think this fight can make sense before a title shot? Because she won her last fight after the loss against Valentina. And stylistically, I think you two can do fireworks in terms of striking. So do you think this fight can happen? And are you interested of it?
E o nome que não é mencionado, mas que ganhou da Rose, foi Manon Fiorot. E ela, depois da derrota contra a Valentina, ela já voltou, já teve uma vitória. Então, você acha que é uma luta que faria sentido para você lutar com a Manon Fiorot agora, especialmente com o estilo talvez combinasse?
Não, eu acho que não faz sentido nenhum. A Fiorot acabou de vir numa disputa de título. Se ela estivesse pronta para ser campeã, ela teria vencido. Eu acho que não faz sentido nenhum. E... não, sem dúvidas. Depois de uma vitória contra a Rose, porque agora esse é o meu principal desafio, a próxima pelo título serei eu.
No, I don't think it makes sense because if she was ready to be a champion, she would have beaten Valentina and gotten the win. So right now, it doesn't make sense. Right now, my focus is beating Rose, and then after that is to fight for the title.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye. Good to see you.
Hi, Arnold. First of all, I wanted to address the big news that I saw on Embedded that you have a cat called Fish.
Yeah.
Does that make it a catfish?
Nope.
Okay, very good.
Non-related.
How on earth did you bring him to Fight Week, and is that something you usually do?
You disrespectful piece of shit.
I'm sorry.
Every tortoiseshell cat is a female. Okay?
Okay.
Know your cats.
I apologize.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Can't remember now. No, I said, do you often bring fish to your fight weeks?
So, yeah. So the way we travel, like I come out for camp, my wife comes with me, we travel away. Obviously the cat comes with us. And then from here, we're going home back to England from Montreal. So the cat's been everywhere.
It's been a little while since we've seen you in the cage. I'm sure that's been a frustrating experience. Can you explain to us what you've been up to in your time away and why it has been a little while since we've seen you in there?
Yeah, I've just been very depressed and sitting at home injured and reading messages from people calling me shit. And Arnold, you're shit. Why are you ranked? You shouldn't be ranked. You can't. And I'm like, I don't fucking sit there on Tuesday and make the rankings. But yeah, that's what I've been doing.
So now that the opportunity to fight again is here for you, how excited are you to get back in there? How are you feeling ahead of this fight, and what are the emotions you're experiencing right now?
I'm loving it, to be honest. I'm so happy to be back. There was moments where maybe me being an idiot, but like there was moments of me thinking it wasn't going to come. Like every time I get back to training, there's a little setback. Surgeons passing me around, this, blah, blah, blah. But everything's been good. I'm here, touch wood, and grateful to be back doing what I love, doing what I've worked for since I was like 12 years old. This is my dream. It's not just my job. It's what I want to do. And there's a lot more I want to do than just be a guy that fought in the UFC, So
I feel like you're still one of the most underrated people in the division. It would be great to see you get some consistency in there. You are fighting an interesting man in John Silva. Curious what you think of him as a person and as a fighter.
I'll be honest, I think he's a lovely bloke. He's a nice guy. We had a hug and a handshake and everything. Hugged his wife and that. Yeah, lovely guy. I never thought anything different. I know he does a lot of gamesmanships and stuff, but yeah, he's a top bloke.
If he barks at you, are you going to meow back at him?
Come on, man. I'm a dog man first. The cat's the wife's.
Arnold, happy early birthday. Tomorrow's the big day, right?
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You've had a lot of layoffs. I know this has always been a constant thing.
Yeah.
When you were going through those ones earlier, did you ever think the longest one would still be ahead of you, which this one was?
No, I didn't. And with this one, it was like the only time I've actually had to step back and not train. The other ones, I wasn't necessarily injured. There was, I ain't going to go into it, but things that aren't in my hands. So, yeah.
How do you get on like a consistent path now, starting from this fight?
Just fucking win and I'm ready. I'm always, the other layoffs I've had, I was ready the whole year. It was a lot of like scheduling and we're going to the UK in 6 months. We'll put you in there. So if I keep doing that and stay ready, I'm a bit more of a name now than I was then. So I think I deserve a bit more than just the London slot once a year. Like here I am, open up a Paramount Paramount numbered card, and there's a reason I got that spot. And the last few fights have been pay-per-views and kind of similar positions. So.
Yeah, and it seems like you're still in a good spot in the division. Like if Sean had won his last fight, I assume he would be fighting for the title next weekend, not Diego. So beating him, do you feel like that puts you pretty high up in this division, especially we're going to get some clarity next week?
Yeah, absolutely. It's literally freshly proven that beating John Silva gets you a title fight, right? So, I don't know. The numbers next to your name literally do not mean a thing. So, yeah.
Who do you think wins between Volk and Diego next weekend?
I think it'll be very similar to the first fight. Yeah, and I see it playing out that way.
Thank you.
Arnold, right here. Your past opponents, like John Silva, seems, from the outside looking in, you might disagree, but has probably a very different style than Max, Sinkiga, and Movzar, these guys are fighting recently. So I guess how do you prepare for someone like John Silva where I don't even know he knows what he's going to do inside the octagon?
Oh, they know. He knows what he's doing. He's very calculated. The guy, he's got his little notepad. He's watching everything. He's watched every one of my teammates' Instagram stories. And, he's watched my Muay Thai coach, Ian Perron. He's watched his benders that he's been posting on the internet. And, I'm sure he's seen Ian posted some funny stuff, him drunk, and probably like, what the fuck is he training with this guy for? But Ian's a legend. And, we've had Louis Sanadak, he's been barking at me and screaming at me in training. And, yeah, it was interesting, but it's been a good camp. To be honest, with the chaotic energy, it's been easier to prepare for than someone say like Mosvar or Max. It's actually been a smoother camp than that.
I'm sure maybe you've heard it, because the media's probably heard it too, is when they announced that London card, they're like, oh, Arnold wins, he can headline in London. Him versus Lerone, makes sense. Is that even possible for you to get that quick of a turnaround?
Like, look at my fucking record. That ain't happening. Maybe in 2013, I think I had like 6-7 fights in a year. Yeah, maybe then.
And would you want that, to get that kind of, activity back?
Nah, you know what? Like, no. I want to be elite. I'm not like at that stage where I just want to take any fight for the sake of it. Winning here, like, okay, maybe you don't give me a title fight, but winning here, it's a number 1 contender fight next, right? So I don't want to just go, oh, we'll have a 6-week quick turnaround after. I know it's not exactly that, but like, yeah, like I want to be ready, prepared, like world-class fights. I want that title fight.
Hey, Arnold over here. So happy early birthday, I wanted to say.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, it's your birthday. So how do you plan to, I guess, celebrate while still, cutting weight and preparing for your fight?
It's the first time in nearly 20 years of fighting that I'm actually going to be cutting weight on my birthday. So that's kind of shit. But when I'm in camp or like fight week, I become a little bit of a food cuck. So I'll sit at a nice little chair in the corner. I'll buy a cake for my team, and I'm going to watch them boys eat it. And I'm going to love every minute of it.
And you're also, you're very active on social media, Twitter, YouTube. How challenging is it for you to, I guess, promote yourself and your personality while preparing for such a big fight?
Well, I've been really shit at this camp, so I'd like to apologize to my sponsors that I have not been posting shit. So, yeah, I've been really quiet on the YouTube, I've been really quiet on the Instagram. I've just been enjoying the training, it's good to be back into a camp, and yeah, so it's not very difficult this camp, I just haven't posted shit.
Yeah, and I see all over your Twitter, you talk about as well, that you have autism, and also I saw that you spoke about John Silva, and you are on 2 different, I guess, sides of the spectrum, him being very loud, you being very quiet. Do you think maybe that plays a role in why this is such a fan-favorite fight?
I just want to say I'm not officially diagnosed. I was diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, but maybe they got it wrong, and maybe I'm autistic instead. But yeah, maybe, right? He's an interesting character. Maybe I'm interesting because I'm quiet and awkward. He's interesting because he's loud and crazy. Yeah, but maybe that's where we've got like a mutual respect for each other, because we're like autism brothers,
Arnold?
Yes.
Nice to see you, mate.
You all right, mate?
Yeah. Are you keeping the mullet for this fight? I thought you said you were getting rid of it.
No, I just had it trimmed up because it was getting a bit silly. It was like, I was training actually a little while ago with Faraz, and he got pissed off because he was trying to choke me, and he got a handful of hair, and he told me I had to cut my hair. So I was like, sorry, coach.
Yeah. During this time away, during this layoff, has there been one particular area where you can look at and identify and say, I've definitely leveled up in that specific aspect?
Yeah, just like everything, to be honest. I've had to completely change my game. It's, having the time to reflect and look at everything from the outside while you're not competing. I wouldn't say, tell you where, but like I've definitely made big improvements. I got my black belt while I was out and making a comeback, so that's cool. There was a period where my beer drinking got a little bit better, but we're over that. We're away. That was over a year ago, so we're over that. But just everywhere.
I know it likely will have been difficult and challenging in certain aspects, but has it been a positive experience? Is there a shining light you can take from it?
Absolutely. Like, I was not over anything. I was never like sick of training or like not even close. Like, I love training, it's what I do. But like having this layoff and being forced out of the gym for a little period definitely sort of reinvigorated me, gave me a whole new energy and a whole new appreciation for being able to do this job, to chase this dream. And basically I'm just grateful for everything I get to do, the life I get to live. I'm in Vegas about to fight some guy in front of thousands of people with some of my best friends around. Like, what the fuck? What's better?
Best of luck, mate.
Thanks, man.
Hey,
Arnold. How are you gonna react if he does his famous like spamming of the high five and forces you to be nice and stuff?
You can't force me to be nice. I'm literally like the nicest guy you'll ever meet. Like, come on, man, what are you gonna do? You know what? I'm gonna counter him. I'll high five him 2 times for every one he does. How about that? You watch the shittest fight you've ever seen. It'll just be 2 blokes having like a handshake and a hug and he'll go to, what is it? When he walks in the cage, I'll be there like, no, wait, you first. I'll hold the door. We won't even get in the fucking cage.